Long-time lurker, but first-time poster. I don't like thinking about this incident, but it definitely belongs here. My dad worked at a beachside bar and grill when I was little. In addition to being a chef, he ran and DJ'd the bike and car shows for the restaurant. The car shows were usually on Wednesdays, and the bike nights were on Friday. A small detail, but important to the story. The car shows were on a school night, so I was rarely allowed to go, but my father would often bring me to the bike nights. By all accounts, I was an adorable and pretty mellow kid, and the bikers, they absolutely loved me. And yes, you might say that this was no environment for a little girl, but I learned a lot about loyalty and friendship from being around bikers. My dad told me that some of the bikers would even call into the restaurant just to ask if I would be there that week. They'd bring small trinkets, stuffed animals, candy, all for little old me. My favorite of the bikers was a man that I affectionately called Uncle Teddy. He was a friend of my parents and an absolute mountain of a man. If I had to guess, I would say around 6'8" and 400 pounds easily. He was an ex-Marine who loved his Harley and his cigars, and every week for 5 years, he would bring me a Butterfinger and a Beanie Baby. I was 6 years old the night that it happened. My father had brought me to the bike show as he normally did, but I couldn't keep my eyes open past 8 p.m. The show didn't end until 10, so my dad had gotten into the habit of putting an air mattress in the back of the restaurant, and he and Teddy would check on me every 15 minutes. I was asleep when I felt a hand on my shoulder. I woke up to a man that I'd seen around the restaurant before, and he wasn't dressed in biker gear. He was wearing a short-sleeved plaid shirt and jeans, and he looked rather greasy, although not particularly scary. He smiled and told me that his name was Sean, that he was a friend of my dad's, and that my dad had asked him to drive me home. My parents had tried to ingrain stranger danger into me, and they told me 1,000 times to never talk to anyone that I didn't know. But this man knew my name, he knew my dad's name, as well as the nickname that everyone called me. So I totally bought it. I got up, grabbed the flamingo Beanie Baby that Uncle Teddy had given me, and started to walk towards the parking lot. Sean didn't have a bike. He had a very old 4-door sedan. He opened the back door for me, and I climbed inside. You know how in senior citizens' homes, they often have plastic-wrapped couches or chairs? That's what the back seat of his car was like, totally covered in plastic. Knowing all that I know now, it was probably there so there would be no trace of DNA left behind. Sean started to drive away, and to this day I just can't believe how lucky I got. He had parked the car behind the restaurant in a way that it wasn't immediately visible to the bike show. But as we pulled off, I saw Uncle Teddy heading through the door, presumably to check on me. He just happened to look up at that exact moment, probably to acknowledge the car, and I smiled and waved at him. Uncle Teddy didn't waste a moment. He didn't even stop to tell my dad what was going on. He got on his bike and was on that car's ass before we'd even exited the parking lot. Now, the avenue that you had to take to get to the restaurant was long, about 1.5 miles, and then you had to go down another long road before you made it to the highway. Sean saw Teddy approaching in his rear view and attempted to speed up, but at that point, he must have realized that it wasn't going to matter. He'd been seen, and Teddy had his license plate and a good description. Sean stopped the car, turned around, and told me very calmly to get out of the car. I was scared by this point, and I didn't even waste a moment before climbing out and running to my Uncle Teddy. Sean burnt rubber driving away, and Teddy held me for a moment before putting me on the back of his bike and taking me back to my dad. By the time we got back, cops had been called, and they were surrounding the place. A lot of the show had emptied out, and my dad was sobbing and screaming on the sidewalk outside of the restaurant. That's a moment that I don't think I'll ever forget. I ran up to him, hugged him as tightly as I could, and then the rest is pretty much a blur. I talked to the cops, talked to my dad. I even went down to the station and spoke to a sketch artist. I didn't make it home that night until around 2 a.m., and Uncle Teddy never left my side. An APB was put out on the vehicle, which had been reported as stolen. The sketch circulated around the local news stations, but it didn't turn up anything concrete. At one point, I was asked to look at a lineup, but none of the people shown were him. Fast forward about 8 years from that point. I was 14, and my dad decided that I was now old enough to know what had happened. Sean had been spotted lurking around the bike show a few times before that night, and was a customer at the restaurant fairly regularly. He knew my nickname because he had been watching me for over a month. He knew my schedule, and consequently, how often Teddy and my dad checked on me. When his evil plan was botched and Teddy brought me back to the show, everyone had left. I had assumed it was because the police had been investigating a crime scene, but I was wrong. They were all out looking for Sean. Teddy told them the make and the model of the car with a description of the man, and one of the guys thought he sounded like a guy that frequented one of the biker bars in town. I remember my dad paused for a long time at that point, and when I asked him what happened, all he said was, "They found him." That's all I needed to hear, and I'll leave it up to your own interpretation to parse through what it means when a group of angry bikers find someone. Just a little bit of context for my story. I went to a small liberal arts college that had on-campus houses in addition to dorms. I was a residential advisor for a grouping of houses. I was basically in charge of a large house that had a lot of people in it. This happened in February of 2017. So, my junior year of college, I find a hidden camera in my room. I had just returned home from a dance rehearsal, so I took a shower, changed, fixed a poster on my wall, and watched some Vines. As I'm getting ready for bed, I pick out a hair bow that I wanted to wear the next day. Well, amongst the hair bows, I spot a small black box. My first thought is that it's one of those funky little ant traps, and the maintenance guy left it in there, which would be weird because, in my position, I'd absolutely be aware of anything having to do with maintenance or pests. I picked it up, and it had a bit of tape on it. I peel back the tape to reveal a red light. Well, fuck. I flip it over and find some words. I don't remember exactly what it said, but it had the make and model of the camera. At that moment, I realize what it is, and that's when my heart drops. I run down the hall to my two good friends' room and show them what I found. We find there's an SD card left in the camera. We want to look on it, but none of our laptops have an SD card reader. No biggie. My friend works in the library and says she'll rent a reader from them. Next day, I come home from classes and take a peek at what my friends have found. Footage of me, as well as several other girls in assorted buildings and rooms. There was no compromising footage of me, for which I'm very thankful. But there was footage of some of the other girls, using the restroom and in very intimate moments. I personally didn't see all of the footage, so I don't know exactly what else was on there, but it seemed like it could have been bad. My friends then show me the footage of the person hiding the camera. Yeah, you heard that right. The person who hid the camera actually recorded themselves doing it. And worst of all, I recognized them. They were another RA on the same staff team as me. At this point, I'm freaking the f*** out. I call our boss, who's doing interviews for next year's RAs, and go, "Dude, I have to talk to you right now." I tell him the situation, and he seems calm. He says he'll take care of it, but he needs me to come to his office later that night. I agree. The next part of the evening was excruciating. I had to go to a dinner meeting for a campus organization that I was president of. I was worried that the person might come back and take their camera while I was gone, so I grabbed it and took it with me. My freshman year roommate was also there with me, and on the drive home, she asked me what was wrong. I told her and showed her the camera. As we were sitting in the parking lot, we see someone walking towards my building. And who should it be but the fucker who hid the camera in my room? At this point, I'm entering a full-blown panic attack. My friend says she'll cover for me. She'll watch the house while I just get out of there. So I book it. I hid in another building until she let me know that the guy was gone and far away. At this point, I go to meet with my boss. I tell him what happened. He looks at the footage with his boss. I answer questions for campus security. Then I answer questions for the city police. My boss and I go back to my house to make sure there were no other cameras. That's when they take the guy in question and put him in a detaining center of sorts. Basically, they put him in an unoccupied suite in a dorm on campus. I don't sleep well that night. The next morning, I have zero update on what's going on. I'm looking over my shoulder every 5 seconds, and I'm absolutely terrified that this guy's on the loose, and he's going to come after me. That's when I get a call from campus police, along with another police officer who's been three-wayed in. They tell me that the guy's not being allowed out of the dorm, but that I have to answer more questions for this police officer. They tell me what they learned from the guy. He'd begun this voyeuristic shenanigan by hiding the camera in one of his frat brother's rooms and managed to film him having sex. After that, he went and took his camera into the women's bathroom, as well as bedrooms of his female residents. I don't remember how many, but there were at least 7 people that he filmed. The police arrested him, and he sat in jail for 3 days before he was released to go get his stuff from the school and head to his hometown until the school had their trial. During this time, the school told our staff that he would no longer be there for the rest of the year, but they refused to give any details on what had happened, or let me tell anyone. They said that it was so he could leave with dignity, as if that was something that he deserved. Well, months go by. After many meetings with assorted people, they have his school trial, and he's promptly expelled. A year later, he goes to court for his legal trial with the state. I was never informed of the verdict, but I did get a restraining order in the mail. Somewhere during all of this mess, I figured out how he had made his way into my house and how he had access to hide the camera. He got into my house because he had been granted key card access. He was granted this access because one of my residents needed help getting her stuff out of storage, but had accidentally mailed her keys and key card back home. Apparently, campus security thought the best way to handle this was to give him key card access to the house. He knew exactly when I wouldn't be there either, because the night that it was hidden, we had a staff meeting, and I had told our group chat that I'd be leaving a few minutes early to pick up snacks. He knew where I was going, and that I wouldn't be home. And it sickens me to think that before he hid that camera, we were all laughing in our meeting together. And in all the subsequent meetings after he had hid it, he just acted completely normal, as if he wasn't in the process of violating my privacy. In the years since, I don't waste much of my time thinking about this creep. Whatever shits and gigs he got from perving out on me were short-lived, and likely cost him much more than just being expelled from school and a few nights in the slammer. I've heard of cases where the people that do this type of thing get put on registry lists for the rest of their lives, which seems sort of like poetic justice here. I hope that seeing a few girls in their panties was worth everything that came with it, dude. This is a story that I've wanted to tell for a long time. And yeah, it's a long story. It needs to be as long as it is so I can say what I need to say. For those that are wondering, it took place between 1995 and 2002. Everyone has had a bad friend or two. I had an epically bad one. If it hadn't happened to me, I would never have known that this strange mental disorder was real, or that people could behave this way outside of a Lifetime movie. I grew up in northern Indiana. I went to a large high school in the mid-90s, and in my senior year, I met another student named Hannah, who had recently transferred from the Catholic high school in the area. That was unusual to transition so late from private to public school. Hannah said she had been expelled because of a fight with another student over some drama about a boy. She said the other girl had made allegations against her and had accused Hannah of attacking her. Whatever had happened, the police had been contacted and she had a restraining order placed on her by the other girl. It had forced her expulsion, and that was how I came to meet her. Hannah said none of it was true. She said she never tried to hurt anyone. Later, I went to college in Indiana. Hannah went to college in Florida. One day, a friend of mine from the dorms ran into a guy that she had known from Catholic school back in my hometown. Once she left, she told me about this incident that had happened to him where these two girls were fighting over him about which one was his girlfriend. Neither one of them was dating him, and yet both of these girls thought that they were in some secret relationship with him. The whole thing had been strange. Then she said that one of the girls was named Hannah. The next summer, I was back in my hometown, as was Hannah. I hung out with her casually. I told her what I had heard about her. She said she would tell me what really happened. She had this crush on a boy, but she had seen him talk to another student named Julie, and she had become jealous. She said she was convinced that this boy, Mike, wanted to be her boyfriend. She was sure Julie must have said something bad about her. Hannah said Julie was popular and pretty and a cheerleader, and she hated everything about her. So she decided she would try to see if she could push Julie to take her own life. Hannah said that it hadn't worked, but that Julie had had a nervous breakdown. I asked her what she had done. We went back to Hannah's house. Up in her bedroom, she pulled something out from the back of her closet. It was a set of books. One of the books was on how to use dirty tricks to get revenge on people, and one of the other books had a cartoon character on the front pulling their hair out, and it said in big bold letters, "Gaslighting." I asked Hannah what the book was about, and she said it was about how to drive someone crazy. She said it was simple. You just make them believe things aren't really true, or that things they think are real never actually happened. She told me what she really did to Julie a couple years back in high school. She had pretended to be friends with her. She got her phone number, and then she started making these anonymous phone calls to her. She had a friend from her church who had a crush on her, and she would trade sexual favors with him in exchange for him pretending to be Mike on the phone with Julie. He would get a BJ for every time he did this for Hannah. Fake Mike would tell Julie not to talk to him in school so that they could keep things private. Hannah would put notes in her locker and sign Mike's name to them. Fake Mike would make plans to meet Julie at the mall or the movies and then never show up. It sounds stupid, but keep in mind that these girls were 14 or 15 when this happened. Hannah said she had done something really embarrassing, but that it had worked. She had a mixtape, and she would whisper nasty little phrases like, "You want to die," or "You should just end it," between songs, and had played it in her bedroom when Julie was over. Obviously, she commented on it, and Hannah sat there with a straight face and said she didn't hear a thing and had no idea what Julie was talking about. Hannah had set it up with her brother earlier and had asked him to help her play a prank on a friend. He came into her bedroom and said he couldn't hear anything, and turned around and told Julie that she must be crazy and hearing things. Julie's parents decided to confront this boy and his family about his behavior toward their daughter. Mike had no idea what was going on, and because her parents had confronted Mike about something that he was never doing, Julie had been publicly humiliated at her high school, and everyone was talking about just how crazy she was. Hannah loved every second of this, until Julie's parents got their phone bill and decided to give it a good look. Obviously, Mike hadn't been calling their house, but somebody had been. They had numerous anonymous phone calls. They checked it out and found out they were all coming from Hannah's home phone number. Julie confronted Hannah about it at school, and that was when something violent happened between the two of them in the stairwell. Julie said Hannah had started screaming at her that Mike was her secret boyfriend. Hannah was angry about that. She said Julie made that part up to try to get back at her and embarrass her for what she had done. She said Julie was exaggerating about what had happened in the stairwell, and it had been an accident. She said she never tried to push her over the railing, but she had merely bumped into her. Hannah wasn't embarrassed about this. She was actually proud of it. The only thing that upset her was that she had been caught, but she said that most of the people at her school still thought that Julie was crazy, so she considered it a net win. Hannah didn't have anything to say in her defense, just that when she liked a boy, she would do anything to be with him. A year later, both Hannah and I were both temporarily living back with our parents, sort of adrift. Hannah had been kicked out of her dorm over an accusation made by another student, and she had never completed her degree. She had started hanging out with some old friends from high school. One of those former high school friends was a young woman named Kelly, who Hannah had been pretty good friends with. Something had happened between the two of them because Hannah went on and on about how much she hated her. It had something to do with Kelly's new boyfriend, Dan. Hannah insisted she was using him in some bizarre plot to make another man jealous, and was worried that she would hurt him because she had found out about an STD that she had. I drove by her house one night, and there were 2 police cars out front. I went home and called her, and she said she couldn't talk. I went over and saw her the next day. I thought their house had been robbed or something. But no, the police had been there to talk to her about an incident that had been reported. Hannah was upset. She said that she had to tell the police that she had smoked weed and had gotten high because Kelly had made an accusation against her. Hannah said it was an accident, as well as a misunderstanding. Hannah swore up and down that she hadn't been trying to hurt her. The day after, Hannah told me about how she had called Kelly up and said she wanted to talk to her about something. She and another friend had shown up, and the 3 of them had gone out to some local overlook to smoke a joint. The other girl waited down below for the 2 of them to talk privately. Hannah had asked Kelly to look at something, and when she had turned her back, Kelly said Hannah grabbed her and tried to push her off the ledge. They were about 100 feet up, and she most likely would have been killed by the fall. Kelly said they fought back and forth. She eventually regained her balance and had taken off screaming about what Hannah had tried to do. Hannah said that it was all a misunderstanding. She had been trying to show her something, but she had lost her balance because she was so high from the marijuana and had grabbed Kelly to stabilize herself, not to push her over the edge. She said Kelly had almost fallen because she had hysterically overreacted. Kelly had been very upset and insisted that Hannah had done it on purpose, saying that it was because she was jealous over her relationship with Dan. She said it was obvious to everyone that Hannah was obsessed with him. What Kelly hadn't done, though, was tell the police that they were up there to smoke a joint right before this happened. The police said that they didn't have enough evidence for any kind of case, and they weren't happy with Kelly omitting that part of the account. That was it for Hannah and most of her high school friends, though, or at least for a couple of years. Kelly stuck to her version of what had happened, and her friends sided with her. People began talking about the strange rumors that had followed Hannah around since high school. I thought it was suspicious, but I couldn't bring myself to believe that she had tried to kill another person. I thought that sort of thing only happened in the movies, not small towns in Indiana. I didn't want to be friends with her, though. She was an embarrassment to be around. She had almost no friends left in town at that point. She called me up one day to tell me she had decided that she needed a change, and she was going to pursue a different career and move to Minneapolis in order to make that happen. She moved in 1998, and I honestly thought that I'd never see her again. I wish I hadn't. She called me about a year and a half later. She said she was doing really well, and that the move had been good for her. She said she had made friends, and she had met a boy and was completely in love. She said that this was the guy she was going to marry. His name was Dan, and she told me that he was the guy that had gotten her interested in punk rock, as well as heroin. I kind of paused when she said that. Now, I wasn't any kind of angel in my 20s, but I never even dabbled in hard stuff like that, and it didn't sound good. Hannah insisted that it wasn't a habit. She said it was amazing and easy to control as long as you were careful. This was a complete change in lifestyle and scene. Before this, she had been something of a hippie chick, but that was all gone now. At that point in her life, hair, punk rock, heroin, and Dan. That's what her life revolved around. She wanted to come back for a visit. We ended up going to the mall, and she stopped at a kiosk, saying that she wanted to buy a cell phone. She lived 8 hours away in a completely different state with a completely different area code. We got into a small argument about it. Now, back in 2000, cell phones were purchased and billed from your local area code, and you paid through the nose if you were roaming. Hannah said to just drop it because she had done her research, and it would be fine. She bought the phone and listed her boyfriend Dan as the main user on the registration. When she left to go back home, I noticed that she had left her curling iron behind, and I thought I would surprise her by calling her new cell phone. She had set it up at my house, and I got the number from the caller ID. No one picked up, though. Instead, it went to an answering machine for Dan. the same Dan that had been dating Kelly years earlier, and the same Dan that Hannah had been accused of being obsessed with. There was no doubt about who it was. I hung up, and I wondered why she had lied to me about who her boyfriend really was. A couple of minutes later, Hannah called me back on her original cell phone. She played it off as a coincidence that I had just called that other number. She said she had run into hometown Dan and his friends, and he had lost his phone, so Hannah had done him a favor and given him the one she had just purchased. I said how strange it was that she would buy a phone for her boyfriend Dan, only to run into someone else with the same name and give it away instead. Now, Dan's name is pretty common, likely one of the most common names for men of my generation, and Hannah joked about how many different people she knew with that exact same name. But a couple of months later, she called. She wanted to visit again in summer. No matter what she said about being in control of the heroin use, it was obvious that it had become a full-fledged habit. Things had taken a turn in her life. Her boyfriend Dan had moved to Chicago. Hannah said that he was still in love with her, and they were still together, but that something had happened with his ex-girlfriend, and they were taking a break, and only seeing one another privately. Hannah said he was trying to protect her. According to Hannah, his ex-girlfriend had refused to accept their breakup, and had been stalking Dan for months. It was one of the reasons that he had moved. Allegedly, the ex had overdosed on heroin and had tried to take her life when she found out that Hannah and Dan were together. That was the reason that they had decided that they had to keep their relationship a secret. That was why Hannah was really in town. Dan was going to be coming later to join her, and they had set up a get-together. I wanted to meet him, but Hannah said that he wouldn't act like her boyfriend when other people were around. I started to question her. That's when she got angry and said she wouldn't let me meet him because I wouldn't understand their relationship. We got into a fight. I told her to get out of my house and made it clear that I wanted nothing else to do with her. That lasted for about a year, and that's when her mother called me. She said that Hannah was living with them in Atlanta because something very bad had happened in Minneapolis. Hannah didn't have any friends left. Her mother straight up begged me to please forgive her so that she could have someone to talk to. She said that Hannah had spent 3 months in rehab and was off the heroin, but emotionally she wasn't doing well. The mom said that she had to make a trip back to Minneapolis to take care of some things and pick up her stuff. Her mother was worried about being back there and being around old friends. It would likely trigger her use again. She said it was important that Hannah not relapse. If she did, the consequences would be severe, and she wanted me to go with her. I said I would. Hannah wouldn't tell me what happened. She just said that someone had almost died, and once again, it had been an accident, but it wasn't her fault. She drove into town to pick me up for our trip to Minneapolis, but said we had to stop somewhere first. We ended up at the old bar downtown that we used to hang out at when Hannah lived in town. She said she had to meet someone. That's when some young woman walked in. Hannah rushed over to her, hugged her, and started crying. She was apologizing all over the place and kept telling the girl that she needed her to realize that it had been, guess what, an accident. The woman said she forgave her, but that her life had been difficult since what happened, and she couldn't have anything to do with Hannah anymore and could no longer be friends with her. Hannah asked if she had ever spoken to her ex-boyfriend and had a chance to work things out with him. The girl said no. He was mad at her, and he refused to talk to her. Hannah said that he had a new cell phone, and she gave her the number just in case she changed her mind and wanted to get a hold of him. That's when the girl left, and I was left there sitting totally confused by what I had just witnessed. I was really uncomfortable with what I had heard. I asked Hannah if the ex-boyfriend she was talking about was hometown Dan. She said no, someone else that I had never met. Hannah said she and her Dan had broken up because he was still using, and she said it was too painful to talk about him. She said it was so painful that when we got to Minneapolis, to please not bring him up. She said that her friends knew not to mention him around her, and she asked me not to as well. We got to Minneapolis, and the young woman that we were staying with turned out to be one of Hannah's former roommates. That's when I found out what had really happened, and what Hannah had been refusing to talk about. It turned out that girl from the bar had been the other roommate, the one that had almost died because of something Hannah did. We settled in, and Hannah said that she could explain what had happened a year ago. A year ago? That was the first time I realized that this had happened much longer in the past than I thought. The former roommate said that she was happy that Hannah was clean, but she needed her to explain why she had tried to kill the other girl. Those were her words. She wasn't calling it an accident. She said she was there. She saw it. And whatever Hannah did, she had done that on purpose. And she wanted to know why. This is what she described. Hannah had a friend from Indiana that had broken up with her boyfriend Dan after Hannah had told her that she found out he was cheating on her and had gotten another woman pregnant. Hannah had invited her to live up in Minneapolis to get away from him and start over. This girl had no idea that Hannah was a heroin user. This Indiana girl didn't like Minneapolis. She had experienced a run of bad luck the couple of weeks she had been there, and even though Hannah kept trying to convince her to stick it out, she had decided she was going to leave and head back home. She regretted her breakup with Dan. She wanted to talk to him and see if they could work through it. They had been together for almost 2 years at that point, and she was worried because she had lost touch with him. Hannah had been able to track down his phone number for her through some mutual friends, but no matter how many times she called or how hard she begged, he refused to answer her calls. She was upset and told Hannah that she was going to stop by his apartment to see him on her way back to Indiana. She was supposed to be leaving within a day, but that's when Hannah started pushing her to try heroin. The friend was scared, but eventually gave in after Hannah promised she'd be safe and only take a small dose. But that was a lie. Hannah had overdosed her on purpose. She had bought more heroin than usual, prepared an excessively large dose, and then injected her friend, who nearly immediately stopped breathing. Then Hannah tried to do the same to her other roommate, pretending everything was fine while that girl lay unconscious in the other room. The second roommate refused the dose, though. She went to check on the girl, and that's when she realized that she wasn't breathing. Panicked, the roommate ran to call 911, but Hannah hung up the phone and tried to stop her. When the paramedics ultimately arrived, the girl was clinically dead, but they managed to revive her, and she was in a coma for a couple of days. For her part in this, Hannah was arrested, and she had a slew of charges thrown at her. But she claimed temporary insanity and blamed heroin psychosis. Because she agreed to rehab and probation, the charges were eventually dropped. That had been the reason that it was so important that Hannah did not relapse. She would have been looking at prison time if she did. Hannah said it had been some strange temporary hallucination that had caused her behavior, and that she had never meant to hurt her. The whole thing had been an accident and a misunderstanding, which were all the same excuses that she was known to use. I'm going to spell this out since the morons who work for the Minneapolis Police Department were too stupid to realize this 20 years ago. Hannah was obsessed with this girl's boyfriend, Dan. She had been obsessed with him for years. She had developed a detailed and deranged fantasy that the two of them were in a secret relationship together. Because she has a peculiar and somewhat rare psychiatric condition called erotomania, or de Clermont syndrome. She believed that this young woman was standing in the way of their romance, and so she ingratiated herself to her and pretended to be her friend so that she could find a way to get close enough to her to get her out of the way. She successfully managed to spread rumors and interfere in their relationship enough that the two of them had broken up. And then Hannah invited this young woman to Minneapolis in order to isolate her from her other friends and control what information she had access to. This was the year 2000. We didn't have text messaging or Facebook back then for keeping in touch with people. She lulled this girl into a false sense of friendship and security so that she could manipulate her and ultimately get close enough to hurt her. When she realized that she was still in love with Dan and wanted to talk to him, Hannah realized that she would eventually find out that the rumors she had told were not true and that Hannah was the source. She purchased a cell phone in Indiana and made a recording of Dan's answering machine message so that she could impersonate him on the phone, and so the young woman would believe she was in contact with him. She never knew that Dan never got the messages she was leaving. Hannah was using that to spy on her. When she said she was going to go back home and show up and see if Dan would talk to her in person, Hannah knew that meant that she would find out she had given her a fake phone number and that she had gone to extreme lengths to prevent her from speaking to him, and it would have been obvious why. Hannah tried to talk the girl into trying heroin because she planned on killing her and her other roommate because that would be a good way to make it appear to be an accident. Hannah was about to have her obsessions with Dan, her delusional beliefs about him, and her bizarre mental disorder exposed, and she knew that. She knew for at least a day or more before the incident, which is why it's clear that her actions were premeditated, because her motive was. All of this would have been remarkably easy to figure out if the police had contacted Dan, and if they had taken a look at Hannah's phone records. Phone harassment has always been her favorite hobby. But instead, they just treated it like the other 1,000 overdoses that they have to respond to every month, and gave Hannah the old rehab or prison option. Since her family could afford a lawyer and a 3-month rehab stint, that was the option she took. The police never investigated her for anything, never contacted the man Dan at the center of this, and never took any serious look into her background. It wasn't an accident. It was attempted murder, and a pretty easy one to prove at that. Instead, the police totally dropped the ball, and because of their incompetence, she was allowed to completely get away with it. And by chance, if any of this gets back to anyone who works for the Minneapolis Police Department, there's no statute of limitations on first-degree attempted murder. At the time, I didn't know any of this. I was trying to act as a support system for a former friend who was suicidal and on the cusp of a heroin relapse. I was suspicious, but anytime I asked Hannah questions, she just said it was too painful to talk about, or would guilt-trip me about not respecting her boundaries. But she swore to me that this young woman had never been in any relationship with the Dan from our hometown that she had known from years earlier. After Minneapolis, we both returned home, myself to Indiana and her to her parents in Atlanta, and I didn't hear from her for a while. But that's when she called me out of the blue and said she wanted to visit me again. I had my hesitations, but once again, I let her stay with me. This time, we ran into Dan. He had moved to Chicago, but just happened to be back in town for that weekend. I hadn't seen him in years. Hannah had contacted him to get together, though. She spent the whole afternoon trying to pull him aside to talk to him, but instead, he made it clear that he had only shown up because he wanted to see me. He had broken up with Kelly years earlier, but I thought he had had a long-term girlfriend since then. Dan said she had left him a year ago and just disappeared. He had called her repeatedly, but she had completely cut him off. He was nice to me. He was handsome. He was a lot of fun to be around. And then he asked me out. We made plans to meet up the next day. I saw him at a bar, and he turned around and walked out the door and wouldn't even look at me. I was upset, confused. Hannah was super sympathetic. She apologized for not telling me what he was like and said he had this weird thing with lying to girls and playing with their emotions by pretending to like them. It wasn't like I had never been lied to by a boy before, but this felt strange. A week later, my student loan funds came through and I decided to go back to college to finish my degree. I had moved a couple of hours away. The first person that called me was Hannah. Once again, she wanted to come visit me. She insisted that she had gone out and got me a surprise, but she needed to give it to me in person. She said she had something really important to talk to me about as well, and said that it would sound weird, but she asked me to promise her that I wouldn't tell anyone she was coming to see me. I humored her. She showed up at my apartment, and when she walked in, the first thing she asked me was if I had told anyone she would be there. At first, I said no. She said she had something for me and went to reach into her purse. She paused and said that she just wanted to make sure that no one knew she was there. I was frustrated, and I kind of offhandedly said that no one besides my mom and my best friend knew. Hannah instantly got furious. She was angry that I had told anyone she would be there and refused to show me what she had brought as a surprise for me. She went and locked it in her glove compartment because she said she didn't want me to snoop into her stuff and find it. She kept saying she wanted to talk about something, but the time wasn't right. And ultimately, she decided that she'd just go home a day early. But one day, a few weeks later, out of the blue, she showed up on my doorstep one evening. I was on the phone with my best friend, who, by the way, went to the same Catholic high school as Hannah, and while not close friends with her, knew who she was. So I was talking to her when I saw Hannah walk up to my front door. It's an 8-hour drive from Atlanta to Indiana, so I was shocked to see her. I got up and opened the door, and I still had the phone up to my ear. When I opened it, Hannah had her head down, and she had one hand inside her purse. I said her name, and she looked up at me, and pulled something purple from her bag. She saw I was on the phone and swiveled around and put whatever she had been holding in her hand back into her bag. She was acting strange, and she was shaking. This left me worried. I asked her to come inside. At that point, I was convinced that she had relapsed, and that had been the secret she had been trying to talk to me about for months. She said she was upset about a boy and needed to talk to me. She said she had something she wanted to show me, and she reached into her purse and pulled out a small handgun. It was a purple and black revolver, and I realized from the color that it was, that's what she had pulled from her purse when I had first answered the door. She said that she had been checking to make sure the safety was on, and I was lucky that she hadn't accidentally shot me, because I had startled her so badly. She said the gun was because she was back on drugs, and scared of the part of town that she had to go to in order to buy it. I didn't know it back then, but revolvers, they don't have safeties. She told me about a musician down in Atlanta that she had met, and she was frustrated because he had a girlfriend, and she hadn't been able to find a way to get him to pay attention to her. She wanted me to tell her what I had done to Dan so she could use it on this guy. She told me he was still talking about me months later, and she wanted to know why he was still interested, even though we hadn't talked since the previous summer. From my point of view, he wasn't. He had ghosted me months earlier. Hannah kept insisting that I must have done something to him. It was like she was implying that I had hypnotized him or something. I clearly explained that I hadn't done anything, and he had ignored me, and then never returned my calls after. For the next few hours, she cried and drank, and then turned around and drove another 8 hours back to Atlanta in the middle of the night. And just for the record, Hannah was the one who gave me Dan's phone number in the first place. After this, something strange seemed to get set into motion. I got a phone call from an anonymous number, and when I answered it, it was Hannah, who said someone wanted to talk to me, and she flipped me over to a three-way call with someone else. It was Dan's roommate and best friend in Chicago, and he started screaming at me, asking why I was playing games with Dan and messing with him. He said he was going out of his mind, and I needed to call him back and stop whatever it was that I had been doing to him. I told him I didn't know what he was talking about. Dan had never called me, and I had never tried to call him. But that's when we were disconnected. Then another anonymous call. This time, Hannah with another three-way call and another group of boys who started yelling at me and telling me they would kill me for what I had done to Dan. Then another disconnected line before I could ask them what they were talking about. That's when I went to call Hannah to find out what the hell was going on. It was the craziest and most disturbing conversation I've ever had with another human being. At first, she just kept saying that I had hurt Dan, and I could never ever talk to him again or have any contact with him. None of this made any sense, though, given that this guy had refused to return my phone calls and had ignored me for months. Hannah started getting very upset and kept saying that I knew what I had done. I just wouldn't admit it. She said that Dan hated me and had never wanted anything to do with me, but that I was doing things to him to make him say that and pretend that he liked me instead of her. I had no idea what the hell she was going on about. She said that Dan was, yet again, her secret boyfriend, and that he was in love with her, and had been in love with her for years. She said the two of them had been together since they were teenagers, and that I knew it, but was pretending not to. I asked her how she could have been his girlfriend when I knew of the other girls he had dated. She started screeching that those weren't real relationships. He was only pretending to like them. When he talked about them, he was really talking about her, but other people kept doing things to him so that he couldn't tell her directly how he felt. But she knew. She insisted that he found ways to let her know that he was really thinking about her. She said that all of his friends respected their privacy, which was why they would play along when he pretended he was dating other people. She kept insisting he was in love with her and no one else. She said she was sick of people pretending to be her friend and then stabbing her in the back by going after her boyfriend, and she said she wouldn't be putting up with this anymore. She said I was forcing him to forget how he really felt, and that it had hurt him to not be with her, and she wouldn't let me hurt him anymore. I realized that she wasn't making any sense, and that she was totally psychotic. At that point, I told her to never contact me again, and then I hung up. All I could think about was how she had pulled a gun out of her purse the last time she had shown up at my apartment by surprise. She had given a fatal overdose of heroin to another woman and had been accused by another of luring them to a ledge and trying to push her off. The one thing we all had in common was Dan. I called the number that I had for Dan. It was disconnected. I thought about that weird situation with the cell phone she had purchased a couple of years earlier. I found that old number in my address book and called it. Except this time, it wasn't Dan's voice on the answering machine. It was mine. The psycho bitch had made a recording of my voicemail and had put it on a cell phone that she owned. And once I discovered that, pretty much everything else fell very clearly into place. That was what happened to that girl in Minneapolis, and that was why Dan had spent the last several months thinking he was contacting me. There was no relationship with Dan. It was all in Hannah's head. She was frantically trying to keep other women away in order to protect her fantasy from imploding. Hannah is psychotic. And while her erotomania is a very real thing, this fixed delusion that another person is secretly in love with you, not everyone who has it will be violent, but Hannah was. In some cases, other people are used in strange psychotic dramas and vicious smear campaigns that are aimed at trying to rearrange reality so that it conforms with the delusions inside of their heads. The people that are perceived as standing in their way can be the victims of extreme violence. As predicted, Hannah showed up the next day at my apartment screaming at me to let her in. I would not do that, and I was getting ready to call the police when she started crying and saying that Dan had taken his own life. She then walked away, and that was the last time I ever saw Hannah. I spoke to my parents, who told me that I had received several phone calls to their house from people letting me know the same thing. I changed my phone number just to keep Hannah from contacting me. I went to the police in Indiana, who said if she showed up again, that they would arrest her for felony intimidation, but not for anything she had done months earlier. I contacted the police in Minneapolis, but I knew very little information. Only Hannah's name, not where or when that heroin instance had happened. Shortly after all of this, I moved, so that way if Hannah ever got the inclination, she wouldn't know where I lived. I cut myself off from anyone from my hometown who I thought might know her, so that nothing could ever get back to her about where I had moved to. The last I had heard, she was stalking some new guy down in Atlanta. I would have been more than happy to meet this bitch in a courtroom, but unfortunately, the law is nothing like you see on TV. So unless I ever have the privilege of sitting in on her sentencing hearing, Hannah from Indiana, let's never meet again. Growing up, I lived with my emotionally and mentally abusive helicopter mother, a misogynistic stepfather, and my brother. When I turned 18, my grandparents were kind enough to let me move in with them since they lived close to my college. This was my escape, my way out of the circus at home, and I was incredibly grateful. Sometimes I wonder if I would have made the same choices had my parents not been so hard on me. But I was an adult, and these were my decisions. Fortunately, I learned from them. Once I was free and had significantly more independence, I naturally began to rebel while trying to find myself. I pushed boundaries in every way imaginable: clothing, music, tattoos, and especially dating. I wanted to be with the most unconventional person I could find, almost as if to prove a point. If I could go back and slap my 18-year-old self, I absolutely would. I came across James on a local MySpace forum. We had gone to high school together and got along well, but I hadn't seen him in a few years. As it turned out, James had experienced severe childhood trauma and had moved several states away to live with a relative. He seemed to be leading a more stable life now. We started messaging back and forth, and I found myself drawn to him. He was different, quirky, and edgy. The casual conversations became more frequent, turning into texts that soon evolved into something resembling a relationship, one that I regret to this day. James and I texted constantly, every single day, but sometimes his messages would take a dark turn. He spoke at length about his traumatic past, about self-harm, and how he enjoyed videos of people hurting themselves. Of course, this should have been a massive red flag, but for some reason that I still can't explain, I stayed. After a couple of months, James came to visit me. We stayed in a hotel for a few days, and it felt like a whirlwind. I truly cared for him, but looking back, I can't say it was love. Maybe just fleeting excitement, a reckless adventure. At the time, though, I convinced myself that he was the one. One particular moment still makes me feel sick when I think about it. I just stepped out of the bathroom, and the hotel room was a complete disaster. Clothes everywhere, furniture moved all around. The place was in total disarray. James stood in the middle of it all, just smiling. Then he got down on one knee and proposed with a small sapphire and diamond ring. I said yes because, again, 18 years old and dumb. But something about that entire moment felt off, like a scene from a movie that wasn't meant for me. That memory stands out in my mind, and it's coated in regret. As James's visit came to an end, we both cried, unsure of how we'd make our relationship work long distance. In my mind, there was only one solution. I had to move. Without much thought, I withdrew from my college classes and relocated to his area. When I told my parents, my mother was furious that I hadn't consulted her or my stepfather. But her anger only fueled my own determination. I was an adult, making adult decisions, and no one was going to tell me otherwise. We lived in a cramped room at his grandmother's house, rarely leaving. Anytime I mentioned wanting to make friends, get a job, or even just go outside, James became strangely possessive. He didn't want me to interact with anyone except for him. Now, James had always been eccentric, but his quirks grew even more disturbing. He developed an obsessive fixation on the Insane Clown Posse. I had known he was a fan, but it escalated into something unsettling. He got a massive tattoo dedicated to the band, listened almost exclusively to their music, and started painting his face like a clown. I mean, like all the time. Then he started pressuring me to do the same. When I refused, he flew into rages, screaming, shoving me, and even trying to lock me in a closet. Something about the face paint set him off in a way that I couldn't understand. As time went on, I felt more and more isolated. I was confined to that small room, only leaving to eat or use the bathroom. Anytime I did leave the house, James had to be with me. I had no friends, no job, no support system, just him. James kept a notebook where he often journaled. Sometimes he'd read entries aloud, and they seemed innocent enough. But one day, while he was getting ready for work, he left the notebook on the bed. He had been acting particularly cold toward me that day, and something in my gut told me to look. I believe that what I read truthfully saved my life. In his own handwriting, James had written about how he wanted to cut me, specifically with a box cutter. He detailed how he wanted to mutilate me below the belt. There were disturbing hints about me not being alive anymore. And this was the last clue that I needed to know that I needed out. By this point, I had reestablished some contact with my family. My aunt lived a couple of hours away, so I called her and told her everything. She immediately got in her car and started heading my way. I told James what I had read and that I was leaving. That this, whatever this was over. At first, he broke down sobbing, begging me not to go, but that desperation quickly turned to rage. Again, he tried to lock me in the closet, but this time he had to leave for work before he could do anything worse. The moment he was gone, I packed up all my things as his grandmother screamed at me, and then I just walked out the door. I left, but the story didn't end there. A few months passed, and somehow James and I became friends again. I even visited him once, one final time. Nothing bad happened, but I knew deep in my bones that I needed to cut him off completely. Years went by. I moved across the country, went back to school, and finally started living the life that I should have had from the start. Through mutual friends, I heard that James got married. Every so often, he'd reach out to me on social media, but I did my best to keep my responses minimal. I'm 32 now, recently married myself, and trying for my first baby. James hadn't crossed my mind in years, until just a few weeks back. Out of nowhere, he found me on Facebook. I didn't think he even had social media anymore. I told him in no uncertain terms that we were not friends, and that his continued messages were inappropriate. I asked him if he could please stop. His response? Nah. So I blocked him. Shortly after that, he'd send me a Snapchat request. Blocked there too. Then he followed me on Instagram. I went to block him again, but this time, I noticed something chilling. It was a brand new account. No followers, no posts. And the only person he was following was me. At that point, I locked down my social media, scrubbed all my personal information from every database I could find, and made sure that there was no trace of me left for him to follow. I made a mistake getting into a relationship with this guy as a teenager, one that I know now I was lucky to escape. But all I want is a normal life. And for some reason, James is still there lingering, in the shadows, watching and seemingly waiting. James, if you hear this, I hope that my message is loud and clear. I have you blocked, and I sincerely hope that you never come to find me. Hotels are pretty safe to hook up in, right? Sorry, I'm awful at titles. I'm bored at home for the holidays, and lurking on this sub made me want to share this encounter that happened to me recently. I'm a young gay man with a rather high sex drive. As such, I frequent Grindr, Scruff, and all the other apps looking for opportunities to, make intimate connections with other people. I have a thing for older men, too. I don't really care how old, as long as they don't look like my grandpa. I live in a big city, but even so, Grindr and Scruff can be pretty dry some days. A lot of the guys I'm into aren't attracted to me because I'm a lot younger than them. I'm also not white or muscly, so I don't get an abundance of attention on those apps in general. On those dry days, the wise thing to do would be to go and handle my own needs quietly by myself and go to sleep peacefully. But like any other man in his 20s, sometimes my second head takes over and decides that sex tonight is a life necessity. I don't always meet someone in public first, but I'm pretty good at hooking up safe. I have a checklist of things that I'll send one of my best friends every time I'm meeting someone. Screenshot of the online profile, all face pictures they gave me, a first name, their phone number if I have it, social media profiles if I have those too, and where we're meeting. I'll text them regular updates when I'm on my way over, when I've made it over, and whether or not the guy is the guy in the pictures. If we ever move locations, I text them an exact address, apartment number, room number immediately, or I turn my location sharing on. Once it looks like the dirty is about to start, I'll let them know a time by which I'll text that I'm safe. And my friends, they're pretty awesome, so they do their best to look out for me. One thing to note, if a guy offers to pour me a drink while I'm with them, I make sure it's in a sealed can or bottle, or they let me watch while they pour. Most people are actually very conscious and deliberate about this nowadays. It's pretty nice. Well, a couple of months ago, I figured I'd start proactively casting a wider net for those nights that apps are dry. I joined the site online specifically catered to the gay, older, younger crowd. It's actually a rather archaic website, at least in terms of early internet days and the way the UI looks. Eventually, I get a message from this guy. He sends me a kind of low-res picture of him in oversized glasses and a sweater button-down combo. I read his profile, and he's 71, enough for me to think, wow, that's old. And I can't quite tell if I'm attracted to him, at least from the first photo. I message him back asking for a second, and good sign here. He sends one over without a fuss. Again, a bit low-res, but without the glasses this time. And I think, yeah, okay, maybe. His profile says something about how he's from the UK, and he's quite a tall guy, so I figure British accent tall daddy? It'll be novel at least. Reading further on, he prattles on about how he likes meeting people who are strong-willed and breaking them down to be completely submissive to him. Actually, sounds kinda hot. We exchange phone numbers and texts on WhatsApp a bit. He seems a bit arrogant. He starts telling me people often say he looks like a movie star. He looks way better in real life. Apparently, he chooses poor pictures intentionally, so people get pleasantly surprised when they meet. And then he starts telling me how he can tell that I'm smart by the way I text or something. I've heard it all before, but I have a bit of a high tolerance for this brand of old man bullshit posturing at this point. He lets me know a date he'll be coming in and staying in a hotel downtown, almost a month away. I figure I'll probably forget about him by then and never message him again. But when a month later rolls by, and it's another particularly dry night on the apps, I'm having that need sex now night, and I remember that guy I was talking to from that site. I hit him up on WhatsApp, and sure enough, he's in town and tells me where he's staying. I tell him I'll be there in an hour. You free of cooties? He takes a while to respond. Eventually he does, saying that he's squeaky clean, and we'll talk about it more when I get there. I'm like, okay, sounds good. I text one of my friends the usual. I'm a little more nervous for this one just because he seems a little odd, and I kind of trust the apps a little bit more weirdly. It's much easier to tell if someone is a legit person when they live in the same area as you. I figure it's a hotel. He can't be planning anything too awful for me. I show up to the hotel where he's standing in the lobby, and lo and behold, he looks exactly like his pictures, just much less happy, and a bit more droopy. His shoulders hunch almost halfway up his neck. His torso is bent back at the waist a bit too much. He almost looks like he's imitating a confident cartoon character, but he is quite tall. He has at least a foot on me, and I say hi. 2 words to describe the way he came across: preoccupied and calculating. His eyes seemed to shift everywhere constantly, and when they landed on mine, they were freakishly piercing. I don't even remember if he said hi back, but the first thing he starts talking about is how that family over to the right of us is hiding some great unhappiness and will never be happy with themselves. I ask, why do you say that? He says it's because they are giving so much attention to the kid and aren't even talking to each other. I look over. Looks like a regular sister, little brother, and mom tired from the day of vacationing, waiting for their dad to finish up sorting something out at reception. By the way, he has a very strong American accent. Bummer, because I was looking forward to that UK stuff. We walk to the elevators. The second thing he says to me is that I breathe from my lungs when I sleep, and don't let my breath drop into my belly. Now, I have some classical training as a performer, so I have a decent understanding of basic functions like that. Decent enough to try to forward the conversation with the absent-minded reply. No, I breathe low. His eyes lock on mine, and there's a brief pause, only a subtle change in the tone when he speaks. You want to know how I know that? I look at the way your lower jaw rests now. It kind of has this unsightly protrusion from the bottom of your skull where it should be resting. That probably happens overnight when you start breathing from your chest, which makes that fat tongue of yours press up against your bottom teeth and deforms it. No. I'm pretty sure I breathe low when I sleep. Okay, no need to get defensive. I'm happy to be proven wrong. I've never experienced this level of agitation from anyone within the first 2 minutes of meeting them. I've been in emotionally manipulative relationships before, so the feeling here was familiar and weirdly intense for a first meetup. My brain kind of goes on autopilot polite hookup mode, and I figure maybe it'll be okay once we stop talking. He continues posturing as we ride up the elevator. He loves psychology and predicting how humans act, apparently. We get off on his floor and approach his room. I quickly fire off the suite number, plus he's a little odd, in a text to my friend. As he taps his keycard, he glances at me over his shoulder. You don't need to text someone my room number, you know. Well, okay, I just did anyway. I'm a very trustworthy person. You have to trust me. Okay, I just do that with everyone I meet. The room itself is pretty normal, nothing too weird. The stuff is piled in a corner a bit haphazardly, but the bed is made, lights are all on. Normal hotel room. I see an open wine bottle on the desk. A glass of Coke and a glass of white wine are pre-poured. I take off my jacket and sit on the edge of the bed. He sits at the desk chair, and he starts quizzing me. Do you do this a lot? You asked if I was disease-free. What are you expecting to happen here? Because I am a squeaky clean guy. I don't have sex with people unless I'm in a relationship with them. The reason I ask is people who do this a lot tend to be quite dirty and slutty, and eventually that type of life catches up to them. Listen, I can tell you're a smart guy. I can tell you're a strong-willed person. What I really like is when a strong-willed person like you becomes completely submissive to me. I like breaking them. At this point, I realize he's not going to stop talking and feel like it might be a good idea to leave before having my pants down around him. But I feel frozen, on the verge of tears even. He's making me feel small, almost like a child. I see him smile a little bit. He likes it, and I'm sufficiently creeped out. Look, I don't really think we're a match here, so I'm just gonna head out. Okay, you're feeling unsafe. No, I'm not. I just don't think we're on the same page. Let me know what I can do to make you feel safe. How about you have a drink? No thanks. Diet Coke or wine? I look at the pre-poured drinks on the desk, and I get that gut feeling that I shouldn't drink these. I stand up. No, I'm really fine. Thank you, though. I quickly get my jacket on and jump into a polite, nice to meet you, take care, bye. On my way out the door, he gives me wrong directions to get down to the subway from the hotel. Tells me smart people take that route. Stupid people take the long way. I just say thanks and leave. I text my friend. Holy fuck, I'm safe. And I take my normal-ass subway route home. Thank you very much. I pledge right then to stop letting my think for me. I'm not exactly sure what I dodged that night, but I get the feeling that that bullet was headed right towards me if I didn't have the sense to leave when I did. The interesting thing to me is that in my mind, I foiled whatever plan it was that he had, but he didn't really bat an eyelash when I got up to leave. No drawn-out pleading, no begging or bargaining. Just the final offhanded quip that he likely only said to attempt to make me feel less than one more time. I don't know what old boy got up to once I left, but I'm far too content to not have been a part of it. This happened in New Orleans a little while back. My boyfriend, two other couples, and I spent the night partying in the French Quarter. After several hours and just as many drinks, we finally decided to call it a night. This was well before the days of Uber and Lyft, so we knew we'd be hoofing it. Earlier that evening, we had walked a few blocks from our hotel while the sun was still out. Now, in the wee hours of the morning, well past midnight, we started making our way back through the dimly lit streets, with the revelry of Bourbon Street slowly fading behind us. I was on crutches, not exactly a great combination with alcohol, and as the night wore on, my pace had slowed considerably. My two girlfriends, Bree and Z, were a few steps ahead, deep in conversation, their laughter still spilling out into the near-empty streets. They were caught up in an ironically fitting topic, discussing a bizarre man that we had encountered throughout the night. He had been dressed in tights and a cape, lingering in the background at multiple bars that we'd visited. At one point, he had even pressed himself against a bar window, clinging to the glass like some kind of drunken Spider-Man, watching us for minutes on end. At first, it was amusing, but that faded pretty quickly. Our three boyfriends were ahead of us, completely lost in their own world. They were loud, laughing at nothing in particular, passing a cigarette between them as they walked. Their carefree attitude made it all the more unnerving when I saw them take a sudden turn. Up ahead, just before the end of the block, they passed a small street food vendor and veered down a shortcut alley instead of continuing on to the well-lit main road. The alley was narrow, shadowed, and practically deserted at this hour. Something about the way they had casually chosen that route sent that tingle of unease up my spine. The street food vendor, who happened to be an older man with a creased face and tired eyes, called out as Bree and Z approached. He said something to them, but they were still caught up in their conversation and didn't hear him. They were moments away from disappearing into the alley behind the guys when the vendor turned his gaze to me. I could see it an instant. His look was direct, serious. I instinctively nodded at him, almost like a greeting, wanting to acknowledge him just in case he felt slighted by my friends ignoring him. But his response was much different than I expected. "Oh, little miss, I got you right here, Sha," he said, sliding a steaming white paper wrap toward me across the cart. I started to wave him off, shaking my head, but before I could get the words out, his expression on his face darkened. His voice dropped to a nearly hushed tone. "No charge," he said quickly. That was when I felt it, a shift of some sort, a warning. It was wordless but strong, and it left every hair on my body standing straight up. Something in his voice made me pause. He leaned in over his cart ever so slightly, just enough that only I could hear him. "Don't look, but they trailing y'all, since before you crossed," he muttered. I felt my breath catch in my throat. I knew he was talking about when we had crossed over from the opposite sidewalk about a half block down, meaning whoever they were, they had been following us for a little while. "They gonna roll y'all," he added. That's when my stomach tightened, but I forced myself to stay calm. He was speaking carefully, subtly, in a way that made it clear that he wasn't just warning me. He was trying to protect himself as well. If whoever was following us overheard him tipping us off, there was no telling what they might do to him. I made a split-second decision. Raising my voice, I called out to Bree and Z, making a show of how amazing the food smelled, urging them, and by extension our boyfriends, to come back and try some. My tone was light, playful, casual. Nothing in my voice hinted at the cold fear that I was feeling in my gut. Bree and Z instantly doubled back, still laughing and obviously unaware. When they reached the vendor's cart, he handed them each a hot boudin ball. His face, now unreadable, but as they took their first bites, he spoke to them in the same hushed tone that he had used with me. "You tell them boys to stay on the main road. Well lit, busy, no dark alleys." The pieces all clicked into place for them nearly immediately. The alcohol buzz wore off just enough for us to suddenly feel the weight of our carelessness. How stupid we had been. Walking around drunk, assuming we were safe just because we were in a group. And it was at that point, using the cover of the cart and lingering to eat, we turned slightly, just enough to steal a glance of whoever had prompted the warning. And that's when we saw them. 3 men, standing a few bar fronts away. They were watching us, although their body language said they didn't want to be caught staring. When I glanced over and my eyes met theirs, they instantly looked away. Something about them made me sweat. It wasn't just that they had been following us. It was the sheer wrongness of their presence. It was charged, a heavy sort of darkness that clung to them. Even from this distance, I clearly felt it. I want to clarify that the Cape man from earlier wasn't among them, which somehow made it worse. There wasn't just one creep that night. Apparently there were many. The vendor had seen it long before we had, and without his warning, we would have blindly followed our boyfriends into that alley, out of sight, out of reach. I don't know what would have happened if we made it to that alley. Would we have made it out unscathed? Would we have made it out at all? And thanks to that man slinging food that night, we never had to find out. Boudin vendor man, I've thought about you many times over the years. While I didn't exactly get to say it that night, I want to thank you for making sure that we never found out what was waiting for us in that alley. I grew up in chaos. Not the kind of chaos you see in movies. There were no explosions or grand disasters. Just the slow, smothering kind that quietly bleeds into every part of your life until it feels normal. I was born in South Korea, and for a time, life there was stable enough. But that changed the day my father died. He was murdered, something that even now feels almost too surreal to say out loud. Like, it's something that belongs to someone else's life, not my own. After his death, my mother and I left everything behind. We moved to Australia when I was still a child, hoping, I think, for some kind of reset. But resets aren't real, not when you're already carrying so much weight. Australia in the early 2000s wasn't very kind to foreign kids, especially ones like me. I was nerdy, socially awkward, and didn't speak much English at first. The Australian kids didn't know what to make of me, and honestly, I didn't know what to make of myself either. Making friends was hard. Everything was hard. And then something happened when I was 12 years old. Something that still makes my stomach twist and turn when I think about it. At the time, I didn't understand how close I came to something truly terrible. And it wasn't until much later that I realized I almost never made it home. My mother and I were on a road trip along the southern coast of Victoria. We were heading south from Melbourne, taking a break from the city. She thought that it would be good for us. Something peaceful. Something that felt like a vacation. One evening, we stopped at a small caravan park near the coast. It was quiet and tidy, with neat patches of lawn, blooming frangipanis, and a little creek that bubbled along the edge of the grounds. For a moment, it felt like a little slice of home, wherever home was supposed to be by that point. After setting up the caravan, my mother took a nap, and I went off wandering. I had a habit of exploring back then, always trying to find something new. I remember stumbling across a little rec building tucked behind a line of hedges. It had a pool table, some old arcade machines, and a musty couch that smelled like sunscreen and age. I must have spent a few hours in there, killing time and messing around. Well, at some point, another kid came in. A boy, probably close to my age. He was quiet, awkward just like me. We didn't really play games together, but we did talk a little. I can't remember everything we said, just snippets. He kept fidgeting, glancing toward the door like he wasn't supposed to be there. Eventually, he asked if I wanted to come back to his caravan, said his parents were making dinner. I said no at first, politely I think, but he just kept bringing it up. He asked if I liked cake, lollies. I remember that part very clearly. Of course, I told him, like any other sugar-obsessed kid would. Eventually, he broke me down and I gave in. I followed him across the park to a caravan that looked nothing like ours. It was older, kind of sagging in the middle, faded paint and no curtains in the windows. He told me to wait outside while he let his parents know that I was coming. He went into the caravan and closed the door behind him. Things were silent for maybe a few moments. But I remember the instant that door opened back up. A large man stepped out, bare-chested, wearing wire-rimmed glasses and stained shorts. Something about this guy made my skin crawl. He smiled too wide, and then he asked if I wanted to come in for cake. I hesitated. My instincts told me to run, but I also remember thinking that it would be rude to say no. I was raised to be polite and to trust adults. So I took a step forward, and just as I was about to pass this man on the way inside this caravan, a voice yelled out from behind me, "Hey, what's going on over there?" Everything happened so fast. I turned around to see who was yelling, but the man at the door grabbed me by the back of my dress. I'm pretty sure I was wearing a dress that day, and started to pull me inside. He moved fast, like this was something that he'd done before. But before that door could close, the stranger who had shouted came charging up. He shoved the door open with a force that seemed to move the entire caravan. That stranger grabbed my hand and yanked me outside, and before I knew it, we were in a full-on run. He didn't let go of my hand until we were halfway across the caravan park. Then he asked me where I was staying. I pointed in the general direction, and he led me back to my mom's caravan, his hand practically pushing me the entire way. Once we got inside, my mother nearly freaked. She screamed at him, thinking that this guy was trying to hurt me. I curled up in the corner, crying, unable to explain what had just happened. But the man told her everything, slowly and carefully. She went from loud and red in the face to almost being deathly pale. We packed up that night and left without really saying anything to each other. We never really talked about it either after that. I was already on anxiety medication back then. After everything that had happened back home, between the loss, the move, and the isolation, it was just all too much. But this was something else entirely. My mom told me that this would be best to talk to with my therapist, something that we'd do as a group every week. But each time it came up, my mom would quietly leave the room. Obviously, it was something that she couldn't handle, and for a long time, I didn't understand why. When you're 12, your brain can't fully grasp certain things. The idea that someone might hurt you just because they can, it doesn't feel real. You think the world is mostly good, that adults are mostly safe, and that scary things only happen in movies. But that day shattered something inside of me. Now that I'm older, I see it clearly. That man didn't invite me in for cake. He was luring me. And if that stranger, who I don't even know the name of, hadn't shown up when he did, well, I probably wouldn't be here sharing this with you. Maybe I would have made it out. Maybe not. But I think it would have changed everything. I still lose sleep thinking about this, about how that man was waiting for me, right on the other side of the threshold. At this point, I've pretty much given up on learning who that stranger was. The one who shouted, the one who ran after me, the one who saved me. He didn't stay long in our caravan. He said his piece, made sure I was safe, and then disappeared off into the night. Whoever he is, I believe that I owe him my life. Sometimes I wonder if I was the first kid that they tried that on, or just the first one who got away. It doesn't haunt me every day, but it does linger. It's a shadow that never quite fades. It's a reminder that monsters don't just inhabit movies or live under beds. Sometimes they wait behind caravan doors, smiling wide and offering you cake. It was Thursday, August 8th, 2002. I was 12 years old, doing my best to navigate middle school, family changes, and being a kid in general. For the past 6 years, I'd lived with my mom after she and my dad divorced. Not long after that split, she started seeing someone new. Within a few months, he moved in with us. Looking back now, there were plenty of warning signs. I didn't see them for what they were at the time, but now they're basically impossible to forget. I remember one night, this must have been around 1999, when my sisters and I were staying at our mom's, and we were up late watching the finale of some TV show when her boyfriend stumbled into the living room, clearly drunk. Without even saying a word, he punched the TV screen with his bare hand. It was one of those old glass screens, and it shattered, cutting him badly. He stood there, both bleeding and yelling at us. That scene scared the hell out of us kids, but my mom forgave him. I guess he apologized enough, or gave some good enough excuse. Either way, he stayed. By early 2002, I think my mom had finally had enough. She decided that they needed a break. She moved herself and us kids to a new apartment just a few miles away, trying to start fresh. I didn't understand it then. I was still just a kid, and the idea of losing someone who had become part of our daily lives didn't exactly sit well with me. I had already watched my parents split up. Now this guy who I'd gotten used to was suddenly out of the picture. I think I resented my mom for it. I wanted things to go back to the way they were, even if I didn't know how bad they'd actually been. That Thursday, I wasn't feeling well at school. I had this strange rash forming around my waist, and my teacher sent me to the nurse. The nurse, seeing this rash, said that I probably should go to a doctor, and then she called my mom. When my mom showed up and took me to the doctor's office, It was quickly diagnosed as shingles. The doctor warned me that if the rash spread around my torso, it could become dangerous. And that's the part that stuck with me. So I went home for the day and was told I could stay home from school on Friday too. Well, Friday morning, August 9th, my mom woke up before me and she was heading off to work. She made sure I'd had something to eat and then helped me back into bed so I could rest. She left for work and I laid there for a while, just relieved that the rash hadn't gotten any worse overnight. That's when I heard something in the hallway. My bedroom wasn't connected to the hallway directly, so I couldn't see who was there. I just figured my mom had forgotten something and came back, so I called out to her. It wasn't her. That's when her ex-boyfriend walked into the room. He asked why I wasn't in school. I told him I was sick. He sat down on the edge of the bed and started talking. He said that he missed us, me, my sisters, and my mom. He told me how sorry he was, how much he wanted to fix things. He said he wanted to talk to my mom and make things right. Still not understanding what was really happening, I told him I missed him too. I even told him that I hoped he and my mom could get back together. And at the time, I truly believed that. Before he left, he made me promise not to tell my mom that he had stopped by. But of course, the moment she got home, I told her everything. I wasn't trying to get anyone into trouble. I just didn't keep secrets from her. What didn't cross my mind, not even once, was how this man got inside of our apartment. He didn't have a key. No one opened the door for him. He really shouldn't have even known where we lived. But at the time, I didn't question it. Later that same day, my dad picked me up from home and took me to my grandma's house. I had planned to spend the weekend there, and by then I felt a lot better. The rash was clearing up and I was excited for the weekend. My mom was supposed to come and pick me up Sunday morning. When that day came, she never showed. She wasn't answering her phone either. A family friend had to come and drive us back home, and when we got there, it was silent. No sign of her. Dark apartment. No note on the door. Nothing. None of us kids had a key to get into the house, and in my country, the police can't force entry into a home unless a person has been missing for at least 24 hours. Since the last contact we had had with my mom had been Saturday evening, the police weren't allowed to open the door until Sunday night. When they finally did, my sisters, my dad, and I were there. We walked into the apartment. Everything looked normal. Nothing seemed out of place. I went to go grab my school stuff and stopped in the bathroom. And that's when I saw it. My mom has a partial denture that makes up 3 of the teeth in the top row. She never leaves home without this. But there it was sitting on the hallway counter. I grabbed a paper towel, picked it up, and brought it into the kitchen where my dad was sitting with a police officer. I had no idea what it meant, but the moment my dad saw it, his face lost all color. He later told me that that was when he knew that something was seriously wrong. He knew that my mom had just gotten her teeth fixed a few months earlier, and for her to leave anywhere without this, it probably wasn't because anything good had happened. After this, we went back to my dad's house to wait. None of us kids slept much. Monday came, still nothing, and we all stayed home from school. Tuesday morning, I woke up earlier than I usually did. My dad had said that he'd wake us up, but he never did. And as I walked downstairs, I happened to see our village's priest walking out of the house. And that's when I knew. The night before, Monday, one of my mom's neighbors had gone up to the attic laundry area. He wasn't able to make his way inside because the door that's normally opened was locked. No one in the building had a key to that room, so instead they called the landlord. When the door was opened, that's when they found her. My mom's lifeless body. It was determined that she had been dead for around 48 hours when they discovered her. What's worse, it was clear by the position of her body and the marks around her neck that she hadn't died of natural causes. As I'm sure all of you can predict, it was her ex-boyfriend that was responsible. He had come back to the apartment Saturday. He knocked on the door and asked to talk. At the time, my mom was on the phone with my aunt. During the call, my mom said, "There's someone knocking at the door," It's him again. I've got to go. I'll call you later." And sadly, that would be the last phone call my mom would ever make. She never opened the door for him. She stood behind it and told him that it was time for him to leave. When she couldn't take his yelling and berating back, she left the door and went to go hide in her bedroom. At that point is when he used the same tactic to get inside that he had used on Friday. He used a credit card to jimmy the lock open. Once inside, he wasted no time. He beelined for my mom's room where he knew that she was. He burst through the door, pinned her to the bed, and choked the life out of her. Once the sun had set and the entire building was cloaked in darkness, he walked her body up to the laundry room before dropping it on the floor, locking it from the inside, and simply walking away after closing the door. He was arrested in a bar Tuesday afternoon after telling the bartender that he had done something really stupid. 8 months later, in April of 2003, my sister and I testified in his trial. My dad did everything he could to make sure that we wouldn't have to face him in court. I still remember sitting in that cold courtroom, my dad holding my hand, lawyers on both sides of me, and the judge straight ahead. They asked me questions about the day that he came into the apartment. I answered each and every one of them. He was found guilty, not of murder, but of manslaughter. The court deemed it a crime of passion, and he was sentenced to 9 years. He only served 7. As far as I know now, he's living somewhere near where all of this happened, back in the same area. People have told me that I was lucky, that if my mom had left for work just a few minutes later that Friday, if we had both still been at home, he might have killed both of us. There are a lot of what-ifs here, ones that still stick with me today. I know that I can't change the past, but I can try to protect my future. I'm choosing not to share the name of this ex-boyfriend because in my mind, he doesn't deserve a name. He's simply the man who took my mom away from me. I hope you know that 7 years for what you did isn't justice. You deserve to be tossed under the jail, never to see the light of day again. Since my mom will never get to feel the sun on her skin ever again, why should you? But since that's not something that I can control, the best that I can do is hope that you get yours in some suitable manner. In the meantime, I pray to never come face to face with you ever again. I grew up in the woods, spent more time barefoot on dirt trails than I did on sidewalks. I'm no survivalist or anything, but I know how to pitch a tent, build a fire in the rain, and keep calm when you hear something big moving just out of sight in the dark. The forest doesn't scare me. At least, it didn't, until a solo trip near Mount Rainier made me feel like I was being hunted. This happened a few years ago when I was in my mid-20s. I'd taken a week off to get off-grid. No phone, no GPS, no campground map with polite little arrows telling you where to pitch your tent. Just me, a raw map, and a plan to be alone in the wilderness for a while. I headed deep into the backcountry of Washington, miles from any trailhead, in an area that was thick with evergreens and way too rugged for any casual hikers. The first couple of days were exactly what I wanted. Silence, solitude, and that eerie kind of peace you only get when you're so far out that you forget what traffic sounds like. I set up camp off a game trail near a glacial creek and spent my days hiking, reading, and just letting my brain decompress. At night, the temperatures would drop fast, but I had a solid fire and gear built for the cold. I wasn't worried about anything really, until the third night. Sometime after midnight, I woke up. Not to a sound really, more like a subtle shift in the air that your body notices before your brain does. I sat up in my sleeping bag, rubbed my eyes, and just listened. Nothing. Then I unzipped the tent just enough to peek out. There was a man sitting by the remains of my fire. But that's just it. All he was doing was sitting there, staring into the cold ashes, like they were still burning or something. This guy looked completely average. late 30s maybe. Plain clothes, jeans, a dark jacket. No backpack, no gear, not even a water bottle. Just a guy out in the middle of nowhere, where I hadn't seen another soul in days. I'm not sure if he heard my tent zipper or what, but when he saw me peeking through the tent flap, his eyes went wide. Not in an oops, I startled you kind of way. It was more like he'd seen something that he wasn't expecting, something that scared him. And then he took off. No words, just up and running into the trees so fast that it was like he had his own escape route planned. I sat there frozen for a while, heart pounding so loud that I thought it was shaking the earth. Eventually, I got out of the tent, circled my camp with the flashlight, but I didn't see a thing. No footprints I could make out, no sign of where he'd come from or where he'd gone. But I didn't sleep much after that. By morning, I'd mostly convinced myself that he was some lost hiker or maybe a guy high off his ass who'd stumbled into my camp by accident. I had another 4 days planned out here, and I wasn't going to let one weird incident ruin the whole trip. So I packed my things up and hiked about 12 to 15 miles in a totally random direction. No marked trail, just using my compass and terrain map. I wanted to be far enough away that there was no chance of another run-in. Well, 2 nights later, I was sitting by a new fire at my second campsite, even more remote than the first. And that's when I heard movement. Twig snapping, slow footsteps, definitely not an animal. I called out, thinking maybe it was a ranger or, I don't know, somebody lost. "Hey, you all right out there?" A man's voice replied from just beyond the reach of the firelight. "Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?" The voice was too calm, casual even, and that didn't quite sit right with me. I'd actually studied the area pretty well before coming out here, and I didn't know of any Bell's Canyon anywhere near Rainier. I told him so, and he started asking even more questions, random ones. "You see any elk today? What's your name? Is that a 2-person tent you have there?" At about this point, I aimed my flashlight toward the voice, and that's when he snapped back at me. "Aim that away." Something in his tone made me comply. It wasn't threatening, not directly at least, but it was off, like he was pretending to be calm and friendly, but couldn't quite mask what was underneath. We went back and forth for maybe 15 minutes, me trying to figure out what he wanted, him pacing just out of view. But when my eye caught a glimpse of some movement out in the trees, I turned my light toward it, only to realize that it was the same guy from before. Same clothes, same face, still no pack, still no gear. This guy had followed me over 15 miles of unmarked wilderness. The second my light hit him, he ran off again. I gave chase for a few seconds, but I stopped. It was pitch black out there, and the last thing I wanted was to get turned around or to walk off a ledge in the dark. That night, I didn't sleep a wink. By morning, I'd made up my mind. My trip was over. I packed up and began the slow hike out, deciding to take a longer, indirect route back. I zigzagged through the dense forest, doubled back on my own path, and even hid in some brush at one point, just to see if anyone would follow. That first night heading back, I heard footsteps circling my tent twice. I stayed frozen though, clutching my knife inside the sleeping bag, barely breathing. When I finally worked up the courage to look, there was nothing. Just forest, silent, still, and now suffocating. The second night was even worse. At around 2 a.m., I heard this sort of howling. It was far off at first, but it got closer. But it wasn't like a wolf, not even close. It sounded like a person trying to mimic a coyote, badly at that. Too drawn out, too deliberate, like they were testing the sound to see if it would scare me. Well, it did. I never ended up seeing that guy again, but I moved through those woods like a hunted animal, quiet, fast, and always watching over my shoulder. When I finally saw the dirt lot where my car was parked, I swear I nearly cried. And I didn't really feel safe until I'd put 100 miles between me and that trailhead. I'll never know who he was, what he wanted, how he found me twice in places so remote that you could hike for days without seeing a single other person. But I do know this. After that trip, I've never gone camping alone again. Back in the mid-1980s, my mom worked as a house cleaner in Australia. It wasn't glamorous work, but it paid the bills, and she was damn good at it. She mostly took jobs in suburban homes near where we lived, but every now and again she'd do gigs in the rural areas nearby. Wine country mostly, where the properties were bigger, houses were older, and the clients usually wealthier. Most of her business came from leaving cards at local shops or through word of mouth. It wasn't uncommon for a random call to come through the house phone for someone looking to hire her. She always insisted on meeting her clients in person before starting a new job. Just a quick introduction to put a face to a name, learn the lay of the house, and to make sure that everything felt right. That was her rule. But one time, she got a call from a woman, older sounding woman, maybe in her 60s, who said she needed her old farmhouse cleaned. The woman was polite, albeit a little forceful at times. The woman made a string of very specific demands. She didn't want the windows opened under any circumstance. She didn't want any harsh cleaning products used in the upstairs bathroom. Only water and a detergent that she'd provide, along with a particular cloth that she'd leave folded on the counter. She emphasized several times that she didn't want to meet in person, and that she'd leave the keys under the front doormat. My mom tried to ask more questions, but the woman spoke over her a lot and rushed the conversation. Still, she offered to pay almost double what my mom's regular rate was, which was a bit unusual. Very few clients ever offered more than her asking price, but that, paired with the fact that mom was in need of a little extra income at the time, made her agree, though it seems like it wasn't without hesitation. That following Monday morning, mom packed up her gear and ventured off almost an hour into the countryside, winding through empty stretches of farmland and rows of vineyards. When she finally reached the driveway of the property, it was long. She said that it felt like a full kilometer from the road to the actual house. There wasn't a single neighbor in sight either, just paddocks, fences, and stillness. She parked and found the keys where the woman had said they'd be, under the doormat. The house looked as if it hadn't been lived in for a while. Everything was a bit dusty, overgrown, and slightly run down, but clearly not abandoned, just a little neglected. The job started out like any other. Mom vacuumed the front rooms, wiped down the baseboards, dusted the mantels. All good so far. About an hour in, while she was scrubbing the kitchen counters, she heard the back door slam shut. It wasn't subtle. It was a sharp, sudden noise that echoed throughout the house loudly, almost like a gunshot. Mom froze. She had been told explicitly that no one else would be on the property. But with that door slam, she felt her stomach drop. There was no other car in the driveway when she arrived. She hadn't heard any footsteps, no voices, just that door. She stood perfectly still, listening. The house had old wooden floors that creaked even under the smallest amount of weight. But she heard nothing, just the noticeable hum of silence. Mom isn't one who scares easily, but she said that this moment was different. She didn't want to run off immediately. She'd only been paid a deposit and had 2 bedrooms left to finish. And the resulting silence in the house made her second-guess herself. Maybe it was just the wind. Maybe that door hadn't been latched properly. Maybe she was the one being paranoid. But after a few minutes of stillness, she decided to push through. She took a breath and made her way down the hallway toward the bedrooms. The first room was uneventful, a bit musty, a few cobwebs. She did a quick clean and moved on to the second bedroom at the very end of the hall. She opened the door, stepped inside, and stopped in her tracks. The bed was covered in black and white photos. Dozens of them, maybe even more, spread out from end to end. There were no photo albums, no frames, just loose prints, all in black and white. At first, from the doorway, she couldn't make sense of what she was seeing. The images were of houses, fences, backyards. But when she took a step or two closer, that's when she saw a picture of our house, our driveway, the side gate. A shot of our backyard taken from behind a tree. And that's when she started to look a little bit closer. Some of the photos were taken through windows, some from far enough away that they must have been snapped with a long lens. One of them showed her standing at the sink in our kitchen, seen through the glass of the back door. Others were from different houses she cleaned. A few she recognized instantly. One was of her wiping a window, another of her bending down to pick up something off the porch. All of these pictures taken without her knowledge, all deeply invasive. She backed out of the room and ran to the kitchen phone. This was before mobile, so she had to rely on the landline. She called the police and told them everything. Then she grabbed her things and bolted out the front door. She didn't care about the unfinished rooms or the deposit. She drove straight to the end of the driveway and waited in the car until officers arrived. The police seemed just as disturbed as she was. They took statements, collected the photos, and began an investigation. They questioned the woman who had hired my mom, but she insisted the house had been broken into, that she didn't know about any photographs, that she hadn't even been to the property in months. But none of this seemed to add up. She had been specific, almost too specific. The rules, her odd behavior, her refusal to meet in person. It all pointed to someone who had much more involvement than she let on. The investigation stretched on for weeks, then it slowed. Eventually, it stopped entirely. No charges were ever filed. The woman was never officially linked to the photos, and no other suspect was ever found. That house was eventually sold, and even we moved a few months after this. Mom still talks about this sometimes, but only when pressed. It obviously shook her. Not just the fear of being watched, but the fear of being targeted. Someone had followed her from house to house, taken her photo without her ever knowing. They learned her schedule. They even learned where we lived. And then somehow that same someone, whether it was that woman or someone else entirely, hired her to come out to that property. No neighbors, no witnesses, all alone. Just a landline phone and a bedroom full of proof that someone had been watching her for a long time. My mom would never clean another rural home again after that. She would also plainly refuse to accept jobs without meeting the client face to face. And for a while, she stopped working altogether. To this day, we still don't know who took those photos, or why, or what could have happened if she had stayed just a little bit longer. My mom believes that that woman had something to do with it, that maybe she was part of something bigger, or maybe she just had an obsession. Maybe she had a son, or a husband, or someone else involved, who had a fixation on Mom. There are just too many variables, and no answers that go with them. I think about all of this sometimes. What if she had stayed longer? What if she'd gone into that bedroom earlier? What if the slamming door had actually been someone entering the house? But the biggest one for me is the why of it all. Why someone would do all of this. And that's the part that eats at you. Because the not knowing is worse than anything else. This is something that was super traumatic for me, but it was never discussed again in my household. I was talking with my mom about it the other night, and she still didn't say much. I thought I would share my thoughts with you all. When I was 13, I got a Dell desktop for school. The internet itself was fairly new for me back in 2003. AOL and MySpace, Yahoo Messenger, AOL chat rooms. 16F Cali, anyone? AOL chat rooms was where I went. I was a shy, overweight kid back then. Still shy to this day, but online I could be anyone. I could say anything. It was amazing. I discovered so many things when I got the internet. If I could be anyone, then so could someone else. Thus, I met one 27-year-old man. One night I logged on. The AOL dial-up sound still makes me feel uneasy. I was sitting in my cold, dark kitchen. The computer was here so I could be monitored. It was just me and my mom though, and she was always working, so no one ever really monitored me. Plus, she had no idea how to use a computer, so I got away with a lot. I was bored, so I hopped into an AOL chat room. I lurked for a bit. Then, 15F here. I was really 13, but saying I was 15 made me feel so much more mature. Private message incoming. Hey, my name is Rob. Where are you from? And that's how it started. I told him where I was from, that I was in high school, which wasn't a lie. My school was from grades 7 to 12. You? 19M, New York. Oh man, was it cool to be talking to an older guy. And boy, was he cute. Honestly, I don't really remember much. Maybe I blinked it out. Maybe my memory is just shot. I do remember emails back and forth though. The occasional phone call. I remember finding out he was talking to another girl, and I wanted to break things off. But he begged and pleaded until I caved. Then, let's meet. I was nervous for it. He had never asked for a pic, had never really asked for much from me. Just the emails back and forth. A phone call a day, but somehow he made me feel safe. Made me feel wanted. Cared for. He drove from New York to West Virginia one day. My mom worked right beside my house, so he parked about a quarter mile away and took the back alley to enter my house. A friend was with me when he showed up, but was scared when she saw him and ran out the back door. Maybe I should have taken a hint from that, but I just stood on the back porch with my head down. I was given a huge hug as he led me inside. Not 5 minutes after being there, sitting on the couch, did he move things further. Then further even, into my bedroom. I won't get into the details on what happened next, but I assume most of you can guess. After that, he left. But before that, he left me with instructions for the next school day. To get into his car after I got off the school bus, and we'd go on a date. I had no idea where he was staying. I lived extremely far out in the country, an hour's drive from the closest hotel. The next day I get ready for school, ride the bus for the 45-minute drive, and as soon as I hop off in the school parking lot, I get directly into his car. No one seemed to notice. No one said anything. We drive around, never go on a date. He just finds different places to park so that he can use me. I notice a photo of another young girl, maybe 15 or 16, in the visor of his car. I question him about it, but I believe him when he tells me that it's his cousin. I believe him when I question why his hairline is receding so much. I believe him when he tells me that I can't see his driver's license because he left it at the hotel. I believed him when he said that he loved me. I get dropped back off at school, super sad that he was going back home, but he promises that he'll call. Again, everything feels very fuzzy. I can't remember many emotions from this time. I do remember that a few days later, my mom said that she had learned that I skipped school with a man, that I was never to see him again, and that was that. I do remember sending an email. I remember a late night phone call. I remember him saying, I wish I could just live with you. I remember him suggesting to come get me. And I remember saying okay. Days later, by the time he made the drive again, I was feeling iffy about leaving my mom. I loved her after all. I didn't think things through. I didn't put much thought into anything really. Packed a few clothes in a suitcase, forgot all underwear, and that's actually one of my sharpest memories. I felt bad that he drove 8 hours to get me, so I left in the middle of the night. I got in the car to him and his cousin. He got in the back seat with me, proceeded to have sex with me while his cousin drove, then got back in the front seat, and this happened a few times between my home and his. The drive took forever. I had nothing to drink, was never offered anything when they got something. They stopped to nap at a rest stop, and I attempted to call my mom, which was disabled on our phone. I dug around for some change to get something to drink, but couldn't afford anything in the convenience store. So instead, I drank out of the truck stop sink. Hours later, we park a block away from his house while he runs in to get something. I'm seated in the back seat, waking up from a nap, when around 8 or so men and women in black suits surround the car, screaming for us to get out with our hands up. My first thought, shit, first 10 minutes in New York and I'm already being robbed? I'm absolutely terrified. I get out and a man pulls me over to the curb while the other officers force his cousin onto the ground. All the while, they're asking my name and age, telling me to tell his cousin my age. I'm put in the back of an unmarked car, driven to the nearest NYPD station, past reporters, cameras, news trucks, snuck into the back of the station, where I see Rob in handcuffs for the last time. And for in-love 14-year-old me, this is devastating. I'm taken into a room and questioned for hours. I'm then taken to the hospital, then a hotel where a nice woman brings me Taco Bell and stays with me as I fall asleep. The next day, 2 FBI officers escort me home on a plane, where I get off and where I'm greeted by police officers, my mother, and a horde of news reporters. I later found out that when my mom reported me missing, the police didn't want to do much. They didn't even take the picture of me. She had had his license plate number. She remembered seeing his car parked by the road that first meeting. She took note since it was an out-of-state car. Thanks to her being vigilant, I truly believe that this is the only reason I made it home. The police said that they would look into it, but that wasn't enough for my mom. She contacted a family friend who in turn contacted the governor of West Virginia, who then made the police look further into it. After they ran the license plate number, they looked into the man and found out who he was. That was when they issued an Amber Alert, noting that I was in extreme danger. My cousin told my mom that he looked at Rob's rap sheet and it was a mile long, but wouldn't tell my mother what was on it, for fear of scaring her more. I never went to court. I never went to any of the hearings, but I did fall into a horrible depression. My friends' parents wouldn't let me hang out with them. People spray painted "slut" on my locker at school. I had no friends, but most of all, I thought a man was in prison for loving me. When I learned that he got sentenced for 10 years in prison, which he served every year of, I became deeply troubled. I was in and out of the mental hospital for self-harm for years, and on a slew of depression medication. Psychiatrists never talked to me about anything. I had to process it all myself. My later teenage years were a bit better though. I transferred schools, made best friends, graduated, but still in the back of my mind, I felt that I was the reason a man lost 10 years of his life. Until I was told that he was let out of prison. A couple of years after he was out, I contacted him on Facebook. At the time, I was around 24 or 25. He told me that if I ever contacted him again, he would kill both me and my mother, that he still knows where I live. I had no idea what he planned to do with me. My mom still says that he was planning to sell me to a sex trafficker. I was told that he had other girls my age that he was talking to as well. The silver lining here? Some good things happened because of my kidnapping. Schools all over my state started internet safety education classes. Kids were taught safety. Parents were taught how to keep kids safe. And no other girls were taken by this man. Sort of the man who ruined so many years of my life. I'm 35 now. I'm happy, healthy, and have zero remorse that you are now listed as a level 3 sex offender and that you were in prison for so many years. I want to thank everyone who commented on my story. I want to thank everyone who has in turn shared their story with me. I feel less alone. I was lucky I had a mom who never gave up. I was lucky she raised me. As a single mother, I know it was hard on her. She had to deal with my depression, my anxiety, my acting out. She would visit me every single day that I was in the mental hospital as a teen, which totaled about a month at 3 different times. She would work 2 jobs to make sure that I had what I needed. It'd take me after working a 12-hour shift to alternative school because I was kicked out of a regular school for self-harm. I've read every comment here and try to reply to most. To all the women and men who have commented that they experienced something similar, experienced being naive, been taken advantage of, thought that the internet was safe back then. My heart goes out to each and every one of you. I'm also proud of you, proud that you overcame it, that you're still here today. A lot of people don't understand how intoxicating it can be to have someone older and experienced interested in you. How that feeling of falling prey to someone lingers with you, and it will always. If you have kids, check what they're doing online. You may trust them, but don't trust the creeps that linger. They're out there. While your kid might be smart, and you know they would never do anything crazy, it never, ever hurts to check. When I was around 9 or 10, my mother had finally broken up with her wealthy yet abusive boyfriend. We had recently moved back to my hometown of Sacramento, California, from Kingman, Arizona, and I was having trouble adjusting to our new life. Before, we lived in big, nice homes and beautiful communities with very little crime. But my mom, now being a single mother of 2, moved us into a small townhouse community in not the best of neighborhoods. Luckily, I had met a girl at school I really connected with. By chance, she happened to live in a fourplex across the street, and we quickly became inseparable, as did our moms. Funny enough, her mom was a lesbian, and her girlfriend was also a good friend of my mom's. It wasn't unusual for them to be at our house late into the evening, them up drinking and laughing in the living room, and us giggling and gossiping about boys at our school upstairs in my room. Well, this particular evening was no different. It was pretty late, so we decided to just have a sleepover. My best friend and I ran across the street to her empty house to grab her blanket and a sleepover bag. We were laughing as we walked up her driveway, but she stopped suddenly, and all of the color seemed to drain from her face. No one was home, but all the lights were on in her house, and the front door was swung wide open, while we could see a shadow inside the house, moving across a wall. Terrified, we ran back to my house and burst through the door, both crying and babbling about a man being in the house. My uncle, who happened to be staying with us for a short time, ran over, but when he got there, the door was shut, locked, and the house was now dark. The adults laughed and told us we were imagining things, that we had watched too many scary movies, that it was late and we must be tired. We both knew what we saw, though, and it never really left our minds. Weeks go by, and strange things start happening in our house. Doors that were closed would now be open when we came back. Things in their rooms would be rearranged. Clothes and underwear started to go missing. Her mom's and her girlfriend's sex toys started going missing too, but obviously that was left untold to us kids. The adults here were still convinced that nothing weird was going on, but that notion went out the window one night. It was late, and I was spending the night over there. My older sister was babysitting us, and we were busy playing Donkey Kong Country. We got bored, and my best friend mentioned that she had Mario Kart in a box in their garage. The light in the garage was broken, and their landlord was more of a slumlord and never spent any time fixing anything. So we grabbed flashlights and went out to search. She knew the box was in the far back corner, so we made our way around piles of junk, when she tripped and fell. She stood up, and we both pointed our flashlights at what she had fallen over. And it was a pile of blankets. Blankets that didn't belong to her family. We realized that someone had made a little cubby hidden in their barely ever used garage. And we also found a hole that led outside. This was a hole that had been sawed out of the frame of the house. Needless to say, we screamed and ran right back inside. My sister called 911, and our mom, who ran over to sit with us. Turns out, someone had been living in their garage for weeks, if not months. Since they didn't have a washer or a dryer in there, they rarely, if ever, ventured into the garage, so no one seemed to notice. The hole that the person sawed in the wall faced the back of the building, and no one ever went back there, so it wasn't visible from the street or driveway. Worst of all, they found a ton of shit in there that the person had been sneaking in the house to steal. Dirty underwear, those missing sex toys, food, pictures. When he heard them leave and knew the house was empty, he would just come inside through the door and go through their things, eat their food, use their bathroom. Unfortunately, they only ever found the remnants of their visitor. The guy never came back, and that means no one ever caught him. The scariest part is that I spent the night over there often, and who knows what could have happened had he been violent. Or maybe he was violent and was just waiting for the right time to strike. Luckily for us, we'll never know. I apologize in advance for the length of this story. I've done my best to cut it down some, but it's just a long one. I'm hoping this is vague enough to remain anonymous because those involved are still out there somewhere, and I'd really prefer to not ever encounter them again. For what it's worth, this happened here in the States, and this is a prime example of how sometimes you can't call the cops for help. For reference, I'm a female, and I was 20 years old at the time, living in an apartment with my mom and little brother while I attended community college. When we first moved in, the apartments were well run, but within a short time, the building manager was transferred elsewhere, and his replacement didn't have his skill at keeping undesirable types out. The police became a regular sight in our neighborhood, and it was rare that a day would go by without seeing them. The woman who moved in downstairs from us began openly dealing drugs. People would come and go at all hours and leave stuffing little bags of various substances into their pockets. Mostly weed, but I don't doubt that it was other stuff as well. They could not have been more obvious if they tried, and there was always a crowd of shady-looking men with large, unfriendly dogs hanging around the yard, or even sitting on our communal stairs. They'd act like it was a personal insult if we interrupted them to walk up or down our stairs, and they would generally be quite intimidating otherwise. The breaking point didn't come until their customers started getting the wrong address and coming to our door instead. We'd be sitting in the living room and hear footsteps come up the stairs. Then the doorknob would turn and jiggle against the lock. If we weren't already, we became religious about keeping that door locked tight. One night, I was home alone, and somebody started beating on the door. Not knocking. It was more like he thought it was a punching bag. All the while screaming barely comprehensible obscenities. I grabbed the biggest butcher knife out of the kitchen and shouted through the door that I was calling 911. This caused him to run away. In hindsight, maybe I should have actually called, but I was just relieved that he was gone. And since I hadn't seen what he looked like, I figured it wouldn't be of much use. After that, though, I developed a habit of pushing the couch in front of the door before I went to bed. Mom had had enough. She tried going to the building manager at first, but was met with a total lack of interest from her. So she decided there was nothing to be done but contact the police about it herself. So she called and got off the phone looking happy because they at least seemed to take her seriously and promised to investigate. The first sign of trouble came the next night. There was a lot of thumping and bumping downstairs, and a peek out of the window showed people going in and out of the apartment carrying cardboard boxes to a dented van on the street. Bright and early the next morning, the police raided the place, and you guessed it, clean as a whistle. At first, we didn't realize the implications of this. When the dealing started back up again a few days later, Mom called the cops once more, and the same thing happened. At this point, we knew that it probably wasn't a coincidence. Somebody in the local police department was most likely tipping them off. One of the curses of living in a small town. I was angry and disappointed, but at least we tried, right? It never hurts to try. Ha, I wish. About a week later, I was getting ready for an evening class. I had just gotten out of the shower, and I was in my bedroom in a bathrobe picking out what I wanted to wear. I heard a loud banging on the front door, but didn't happen to think much of it. We had been expecting a package, and the UPS man always knocked loudly. My mom's footsteps went to answer it, and I hear her say something, although I couldn't make out the words. I did catch her tone, though, and that caught my attention. I felt like something was off. I reached for my door, but before I could open it, it flew right into my face. All my shocked brain could grasp was this huge man with a gun in my bedroom, before I was grabbed by the shoulders and flung to the floor. I honestly thought the druggies downstairs had come to get us once and for all. I thought that I was about to be murdered. At this point, I should mention, I'd had an issue with one of my wrists for years due to a childhood injury. I'd had it operated on twice, and this wasn't more than a few months after the second operation. Naturally, I managed to land with my full weight on that wrist, and something crunched horribly. I did what any tough person would do, and immediately burst into tears and sat there clutching my wrist, waiting to die. I guess I must not have looked very threatening like that because the man stepped back a bit, and that's when I saw the police on the front of his vest. The next few minutes were a bit of a blur. Somehow I was herded out into my living room where my mom was, and the cop left without saying more than, "Wait here." My mom was pretty much in hysterics at this point, and I was nauseous from the pain. There was all kinds of shouting and activity going on outside, and after a short while, the cop returned. He informed us, to paraphrase, "Sorry, wrong address. Shit happens. We can't be perfect all the time. My name is Officer So-and-so. Here's my card. You can call if you have any questions." And then he just left. I went straight to the emergency room and spent the next 2 hours getting my wrist x-rayed and put into a splint. Then I went to math class because I didn't know what else to do, and I was terrified of being at home. Needless to say, I didn't learn anything that night, but the support of my teacher and my classmates was reassuring. The next morning, somebody knocked on the door. When my mom answered it, it was Officer So-and-so again. When I heard his voice, I started hyperventilating and went to hide in the bathroom, so I didn't hear what was said, but I did hear when my mom slammed the door. She was absolutely furious. I'd never seen her look so angry. Apparently, good old Officer So-and-so had brought along a carefully prepared document that he wished for us to sign. It basically said that we understood that it was all a terrible mistake and that we would not be seeking legal action. She told him to go to hell and shut the door right in his face. 10 minutes later, the phone rang. It was one of the nurses at the emergency room saying somebody claiming to be law enforcement had just come by trying to get copies of my ER visit records, but the hospital didn't have permission to release those, and if I wanted him to have them, I'd have to come in and sign the forms. Oh, hell no. Further questions revealed that, yeah, the man matched Officer So-and-so's description, and furthermore, he had told the nurse that he was not the officer involved, but was investigating the incident. I started to find that pretty much everyone that I told my story to would get a funny look on their face and say, "This cop, was his name Officer So-and-so?" And then they would launch into their own horror story about him. One of my professors said that he shot one of her former students during a marijuana bust and left him on the ground to bleed to death, but the other officer on the scene did first aid and saved the young man's life. One of our neighbors said that this officer had dragged said neighbor's disabled uncle down a flight of stairs by his feet, hitting his head on every concrete step. Another neighbor said Officer So-and-so pulled him out of the shower by his hair and held a gun to his head, all over a parole violation. A Google search said that he'd been fired from a nearby city's police department for shooting a handcuffed man in the head, killing him instantly. The officer claimed it was somehow self-defense. He got fired but was never charged with any crime. The medical bills for the ER visit and such ended up being over $7,000, and I didn't have insurance, so I basically had no choice but to file a suit. I found myself a lawyer and submitted a claim. And that's when shit really hit the fan. We started getting disturbing phone calls at all hours of the night, sometimes just silence at the other end, or the sound of somebody breathing, sometimes graphically sexual comments. When we stopped answering the phone, just letting it ring until the machine picked up, they'd immediately hang up and call all over again. My mom went to her car one morning and opened the door, only to discover that the handle had been coated in some kind of chemical. She washed it off quickly, but still ended up with burns, as well as an emergency room visit. I had just gotten my permit and was out for driving practice when it began to rain as I went down the highway. I flipped on the windshield wipers and discovered that they'd been coated in grimy motor oil. It smeared all across the windshield and completely blocked my vision. Fortunately, the road was empty enough that I was able to safely hit the brakes and guide my car to the shoulder without getting into an accident. Other things started happening too, less severe but still sinister given the context above. Somebody cut out a bunch of metal malicious skull designs and tacked them to our wall or pushed them under our door at night. I still have no idea what that was supposed to accomplish, but it was odd. Furniture was stolen off the porch. My boots vanished when I left them out there, and oddly, several large bags of weed appeared on our porch one morning. My mom called the manager to get it without going outside, and for once in her life, the lady did something useful and actually fetched the bags before throwing them into a dumpster. I have never felt so helpless in my life, and what was I going to do? Call the police? It was around this time that a friend of mine who lived abroad suggested that I come stay with him for a while, for my own safety. I dropped out of school and left the country for 6 months while the lawsuit worked its way through the courts. My mother and brother moved in with family, and then to another town, without submitting a forwarding address. Eventually, my tourist visa ran out and I had to come home. I was a complete nervous wreck, and I ended up settling out of court for a relatively small sum of money, just to get it over with. My lawyer got a copy of the search warrant that they'd used. It was riddled with grammatical errors and switched between my apartment number, 18, and the number of the unit downstairs, 25. The suspect listed was somebody with an entirely different name, who looked entirely different from any of us, and who had apparently sold some oxy pills. She lived in Unit 25. I saw a copy of her driver's license. It said right there, nice and clear, Unit 25 as her address. I don't know. I have no proof, but it was obvious that somebody had been tipping off our drug dealers downstairs, and I often wonder if the wrong number on that warrant wasn't a mistake at all. Perhaps it was meant as retaliation for trying to get their friends in trouble. I've now regained full use of my hand, which my doctors had told me might never happen. I no longer have a heart attack at loud noises, and I only feel slightly uneasy when I see police uniforms, rather than having full-on panic attacks. It's almost 10 years later, and I'm only now beginning to reclaim my life, kick the PTSD, and going back to finish school. I feel like I lost the best part of my 20s to these jerks, and I'm still bitter about it. I currently live with friends in an informal situation. My real address is not on any documentation, and I get all my mail in a P.O. box in another town. Depending on which document you're looking at, I supposedly live in 5 different places scattered from one end of the county to the other, and I'm not going to change that until I move a lot further away from where all of this happened. The worst part of this, as far as I know, nobody involved has ever faced any sort of consequences. I've been lurking on this sub for quite a while now. Big fan. I've decided that it may be cathartic to finally share my own insane stalker story here. I hope you enjoy it far more than I did. During college, I dated a fairly well-known and talented local musician named Tim. As horrible boyfriends tend to be in the beginning, he was a loving, attentive, charismatic, seemingly normal partner. He made me mixtapes, cooked me my favorite meals, and dedicated songs to me at open mics around town. I, young, foolish, and naive, was deeply smitten by his mysterious, dark, artistic allure. However, over the course of our year-long relationship, his mental health severely declined. He had the ability to appear lucid and normal around other people, but in private, he began suffering delusions, compulsively lying, and creating art that focused on themes of rape and murder. I was worried sick, and his condition was exhausting, but I did my best to be kind, understanding, and supportive. I loved him and believed that he shouldn't have to struggle with this mental illness alone. One time, he vanished without a trace for a full day. I found his apartment empty, lights on, front door wide open, phone on his nightstand. I took a few deep breaths and called around the city for hours before finally discovering that he had been involuntarily checked into a mental hospital. I did my best to be strong for him, seeing him every day during supervised visitation hour, bringing him his favorite books to pass the time, and holding him as he sobbed that it was all a mistake, that he didn't belong there. It was surreal to see my gentle, intelligent, normal, albeit depressed boyfriend surrounded by visibly insane, long-term psych ward patients. For real, the place was like something out of a horror movie. In retrospect, none of the staff ever told me the real reason why he was there, and I was too polite and naive to ask. Our relationship ended a few months later. I found undeniable evidence that he was cheating on me, and secretly relieved, I confronted him. I told him to leave my apartment and to never come back. He cracked. The gentle Tim I had known and loved melted away to reveal a new persona with dead, wild animal eyes. He threatened to kill himself with pills unless I took him back, but I was so extremely done that I called the police on him. They weren't much help, but Tim left. I blocked him everywhere, and never contacted him again, but he left me insane voicemails from different numbers for weeks afterwards. I was relatively unshaken, and things returned to normal. I graduated and got a sweet job in the same cool college city. 6 months later, I woke up to concerned texts from mutual friends saying that they didn't want to freak me out, but Tim was off his meds, clearly manic, and was posting a newly written song all over social media. His best friend, who hadn't been in touch since before the breakup, sent me an apology along with a screenshot of the lyrics. That got my attention. I won't copy-paste them here because they'll lead back to his website, but the song was pretty explicitly about my rape and murder, but in sort of a clever, disguised way. The bastard even made it catchy, too. I checked his profiles myself from a friend's account, and he was posting dozens and dozens of totally insane rambling statuses, most of them about me. They flip-flopped between flowery love prose and murder imagery. His friends were reacting with concern, but a few egged him on, probably thinking he was just venting about his ex. I decided it'd be best to continue ignoring him, but I saved the screenshots just in case. A few days later, while at work, I looked up from my computer to see Tim enter into the far side of the studio. My blood turned to ice. He was talking to my creative director. It looked cordial enough, and I saw Tim begin to casually scan the studio. I ducked down and bolted into my favorite project manager's office, slammed the door shut, and unleashed upon her what must have been a nearly unintelligible explanation of just what was happening. I was shaking so hard that I could barely speak, but Nancy was amazing. She understood almost immediately. She snuck me out of the building and drove me in her car to the police station, where I showed officers the screenshots and filed a report. My coworkers later told me that Tim was there to inquire about the open designer position. He, in fact, is not a designer. He had brought with him a portfolio and an elaborately fabricated work history that sounded legit. At the end of his interview, he casually asked if I still worked there. He said that we used to collaborate. Oh, and he had written a song for me, one that had even been picked up by local radio that morning. He asked my coworkers to let me know with warmest regards. That phrase still makes my skin crawl. He then left, found my abandoned car in the parking lot, and paced behind it until the police arrived. Unfortunately, he wasn't enough of a public menace for police to bring him in that day, but the incident helped me to secure a restraining order against him. My company was amazing too. I was deeply embarrassed about my literally insane ex coming to the studio, but the CEO filed trespassing charges against him and created an action plan to keep me safe if it ever happened again. Not long after this, I moved to a different city, and that was that. Haven't heard from Tim since, but I discovered the most alarming part later. His roommate at the time, a woman named Liz, went through a similar experience with him during his breakdown, and when we compared notes much later, she said she had seen a large axe in Tim's car the same week that all of this had gone down. She said that she was worried about Tim's Facebook activity, so she removed the axe and hid it. Tim was so angry that he completely trashed their house and simply never came back. The coldest part, if our timelines are correct, is that this must have occurred just before he came into my workplace for his interview. In 1987 or 1988, I was 8 or 9 years old, living in a blue-collar suburb of Seattle, Washington. My mom had just started working after being a stay-at-home mom for many years, so my dad would now get me and my brother off to school in the mornings. I would wake up when my dad was just getting into the shower that was attached to the master bedroom. I would pour myself a bowl of cereal and watch early morning cartoons. This particular morning was different though. The phone rang. My dad being in the shower, I answered the call. Cell phones were just barely in existence, and for rich people, and cordless phones were a thing but still a rarity at that time. Our phone was connected to the wall and corded. I sat down on my parents' bed and I answered it. "Hello?" I said. "Do you know who this is?" said the voice on the other end. It was an older man's voice. It sounded like my dad's voice, but not quite. My dad didn't have very many male friends, and his best friend was his cousin Jerry. And for reasons that I don't quite know, I just assumed that it was him. "Hey Jerry, my dad's in the shower." "That's okay. I wanted to talk to you. Do you want to come with me after school to get a present for your dad?" Since I believed that the other person on that phone was Jerry, I didn't feel threatened, uncomfortable, or that this was anything but an opportunity to spend time with a family member and go get my dad a present. I said something about that sounding fun, and I'd like to do it. I didn't think that it was odd at all, even though Jerry had never called that early in the morning, and certainly had never asked me to go with him alone anywhere before. "What are you going to be wearing?" he asked. I was a little puzzled, but there are a lot of kids at my school, and I realized that it could be hard to find me. "I'm going to wear my favorite outfit today, a black and white sweater that says International News on it, with a white turtleneck and white stirrups." By the way, this was the 80s. Stirrups were really popular, and white pants were even more popular. And for some reason, this part of the memory really sticks out to me. It's like it's almost permanently embedded into my brain. Maybe it was because my mom just washed my favorite outfit, and I was excited to wear it. Maybe I knew deep inside that something was off, but I remember the fluctuations in my voice. I remember the feeling of excitement. I just remember everything about this interaction. "You know, there are so many kids. I might not be able to find you. What do you look like?" he asked. Giggling, I said, "Jerry, you know what I look like." This was the moment that my dad got out of the shower, and he must have heard me talking because he walked really fast into the bedroom and said, "Who are you talking to?" "Jerry," was my reply. He grabbed the phone from my hand and said hello, but the line was dead, and my dad hung up the phone. He asked me what I had said, and I told him that Jerry was going to pick me up after school, and he wanted to know what I was wearing. He told me that wasn't Jerry, and not to wear that outfit, before ushering me out of the room and telling me to go eat breakfast. I thought it was odd when my dad picked me up after school and continued to do so for the next week. My dad always worked until 5, and he was never home early. He never mentioned what his thoughts were. He didn't even talk to me about not telling people what I was wearing on the phone. We literally never spoke about it. Well, about a year ago, I was listening to a podcast about Amy Mieljevich and got super freaked out that she went missing after arranging to meet someone over the phone to get a surprise for her mom. We lived nowhere near each other, many states away, but it was eerily the same type of call. Was this someone trying to abduct me? Was it a prank call? I know for a fact that it wasn't Jerry. But all these years later, I'm just left to wonder what the real intention behind that morning phone call was. Longtime lurker, first-time poster. A little background here. I'm a 22-year-old female, and I come from the US, but I'm currently living in Germany for a work-study program. I'm traveling alone, but I'm fluent in German, and I've always been fairly confident in my ability to live alone and defend myself, considering that I stand at about 5 feet 11 inches. I also carry 3 different forms of self-defense on me at all times. I've been here for a little over a month, and I absolutely love everything about it, besides this following experience. This happened to me roughly 3 weeks ago. After exploring my semi-large home city in Germany for a few weeks, I wanted to check out a nearby country. I've always been jealous of how Europeans can travel to countries like Americans can travel from state to state, and my dad generously offered to pay for my travels while I'm living here, so I wanted to take advantage of that and experience a different culture. After doing lots of research, I decided upon the Netherlands. I've always been curious about Dutch culture, and I was very excited to do some more exploring, even if it was only for a weekend. I chose a small city in the south of the country, so I only traveled about 4.5 hours to get there. I had some lovely Dutch food and got to experience the Saturday market in the city center, which was filled with local goods. But now, on to the juicy part. On my last day in the Netherlands, I decided to check out a local Dutch coffee shop. Most of you probably already know, but some Dutch coffee shops sell weed for recreational use and have areas where you can smoke and talk to people. Since I've never been to anything like this before, I was super excited as well as nervous. I smoke relatively frequently back home, so I wasn't exactly heading into this blind. When I walked in, I had to register for an account, and the staff took my picture and passport and gave me an account number. I was a little uneasy about this, considering I didn't want my passport and a coffee club account to go hand in hand. But I've heard that several coffee shops do this, so I wasn't exactly super worried. I then went to the counter and bought the weakest strain they had, White Widow, which in some circles is a hallmark strain back in the US. Also, it was only €5 for a half gram, so that was pretty damn fantastic in my book. I didn't want to bring the bud across borders because I didn't want to risk getting torn in half by the German Polizei. So I decided I'd find someone to smoke with and grab a train back to Germany afterwards. It was only about 1:30 in the afternoon as I made my way to the chill zone, a hazy room filled with foreigners and locals, all ripping bongs and dragging blunts. Amongst quite a few 20-something-year-old men, I see two girls sitting alone at a table for four, and I ask if I can join. They happily oblige and we start chatting. They introduce themselves as Alex and Jen. Both of them were Germans, and when I mentioned that I'm from the US, they got super excited and started gushing about how awesome California must be. I almost didn't have the heart to tell them that I'd never been. Not even a minute after I start talking to Alex and Jen, some lanky, freaky-looking boy lurks over from a different table and says, "Oh, you're from the US? We were just talking about how we wish we could afford to travel there." Immediately after saying this, he sits down across from me, despite the fact that nobody invited him to. Looks-wise, this guy appeared to be anywhere between 25 and 30, relatively scraggly, with big, hazed-over brown eyes, shaggy brown hair, and a very large mouth, of which was always slightly ajar. Though he was a bit unkempt, he seemed relatively normal despite inviting himself to pop a squat with us. Lurky Boy starts asking us normal questions. Where are you from? What do you do for work? How do you like the Netherlands? Blah, blah, blah. The way he spoke was slightly slurred though, as if in addition to smoking, he'd been drinking. But I couldn't smell alcohol on him, and he didn't seem drunk. He was consistently hard to understand though, with an accent that was possibly Dutch. For a moment, I thought he might have a mental disability, so I didn't want to be rude to him and say that I couldn't understand him. It also occurred to me that he might just be attempting to flirt, and failing miserably at it. So I really didn't see him as a threat. I mostly nodded at what he said or threw in a "yeah, for sure," here or there, while Alex and Jen were relatively quiet. Something about him, though, was off-putting. I just couldn't put my finger on what it was. After a few minutes of barely coherent conversation, Alex asks Lurky Boy if he can roll us a joint, since none of us know how to. He says yes, and offers to grind our bud. We give him the go-ahead, and he suddenly takes all of it and leaves the chill zone to grind it at the bar. This is where I start to get concerned. Tons of people in the chill zone had grinders right in front of them, and there was no reason for him to leave to grind our bud. I began to worry he might put something in it. Alex and Jen both admit that he freaks them out too, and I decide to keep an eye on him through the glass door, though he had his back to us. I'm closely watching him when he turns around and gives me this wide, toothy smile, almost like he was laughing. This instantly sent chills down my spine. He continued to stare directly at me, smiling, as he spent the next 10 minutes grinding and rolling our bud. Lurky Boy wanders back in and hands us each our small bags of bud, and then grabs a paper to start rolling. I'm not shitting you when I say that he took 30 minutes to roll one loose, horrible joint. His hands were shaking the entire time, almost violently. I started to wonder if he was on something else. The joint immediately falls apart, and he asks Alex, who was sitting directly next to him, to lick it and fix it. He's smiling and staring intently at her as she's about to lick it, and she says, "You really don't have to watch me do it." He responds again with some incoherent jibber-jabber as I turn to the girls sitting behind me and ask if they could roll a joint for me. They do so in less than 5 minutes. This dude's shitty joint falls apart about 3 more times, and we decided to just smoke the one that the girls had rolled for us, as we all wanted Lurky Boy to get the hell away from us at this point. I come up with a half-assed plan as we light it, and I say, "Hey, we appreciate you helping us, but these are my friends that I haven't seen since the last time I was in Germany, and we really just want to catch up and have some girl time." Seemed nice enough. Lurky Boy responds with, You guys can talk with me right here. I don't have to leave. Alex immediately repeats the same thing that I said, phrased a little bit differently, and he says, I'm staying here. You can pretend you're alone and just talk with me here. At this point, alarm bells are starting to go off. Lurky Boy isn't leaving, and I can't think of anything to say to make him go. Jen has been quiet almost the entire time, just staring at the table. But Alex is starting to realize that we really need to do something. Alex says to him, please, we don't want to be rude. We just haven't seen each other in so long, and we really want to catch up one-on-one. Lurky Boy aggressively shoots back with, how did you all meet then? Where did you meet? In what city? Why are you all friends? And then directed at me, why were you in Germany and where were you? Fuck. Now I need a real story, or at least one convincing enough to shoo him away. I say something along the lines of, I was visiting X big German city to find an apartment for an upcoming work study, and I met them in a pub. We started talking, realized we had a lot in common, and decided to stay in touch, since I knew I wouldn't have a lot of friends when I moved here. Sounds legit. Lurky Boy nods and seems convinced enough. Alex immediately follows with, can you please go back to your friends so we can all talk? Lurky Boy says yet again, I don't need to leave for you all to talk. He then says, we should start fresh, and ask me, only me, what my name is, while extending a shaking hand. Suddenly, every creepy encounter story that I've read on Reddit is starting to rush back to me, and I realize all of the things that I've done wrong. I told him where I work, where I live, told him where I'm from. But my name could be my saving grace. I blurt out a fake one, Trisha. He repeats my name back, nods, but doesn't ever tell me his. Now I've reached my limit. We tried being polite, but to no avail. We've spent over an hour dealing with this creepy-ass dude, and we've all had enough of it. I look him dead in the eyes and sternly say, you're making us uncomfortable. Please leave us alone. Lurky Boy leans in until he's only a few inches from my face, his eyes almost quivering as he says in a quiet, low tone, I know people at your work, people that are above you. You really don't want to mess with me, because I could ruin your fucking life. I could really fuck you up. As he says this, it's as though the slurring in his voice vanishes. I feel the blood draining from my face, and my head starts tingling. I almost feel like I'm about to burst into tears, or throw up. Maybe both. I quickly grab my bag and say, I'm going to leave. You're seriously making me uncomfortable, and I really don't want to talk to you anymore. And then the final blood-curdling comment from him, I think we'll be on the same train, now that I know where you live. I think it's time for me to go too. I rush outside in a panic, borderline hyperventilating, as Alex and Jen follow suit. We simultaneously say, what the fuck, and hurry away from the coffee shop. We end up exchanging numbers and going our separate ways, but now for a slightly happier ending. After I sprinted to the train station, I realized that I had left my bag at the coffee shop. I honestly hesitated, as I really didn't want to run into Lurky Boy again. But I really wanted my 30 euros worth of useless goodies, so I ran back. I stood outside and briefly explained to the security guard what had happened and why I left so quickly. He said, we saw what happened, and we kicked him out. I'm so sorry for that. He's not allowed back here again. And then the security handed me my bag. I honestly believe that without Alex and Jen there, things may have gone differently. I think Lurky Boy had some seriously fucked up intentions, and the only thing stopping him was the fact that we were all together. So to Alex and Jen, let's definitely meet again. But to the guy who threatened to follow me home and fucking ruin my life, I can't extend you that same invitation. This is my first ever post on Reddit, so bear with me. I've been reading everyone's amazing stories for years, and felt like it was only fair that I contribute something back. Allow me to tell you about the time I dated a guy on MySpace for 2 years, a time that nearly ended up getting my entire family murdered, me stalked by a psychopath, and everyone involved nearly losing their minds. I've never written this down before or told very many people that I even trust. It's all just too painful and, quite honestly, unbelievable to tell. If it didn't happen to me, I probably wouldn't believe it either, but unfortunately it did. I promise that what you're about to hear is 100% the absolute truth. Let me give you some background for the story. I'm an almost 36-year-old gay male who was born and raised in the Appalachian Mountains, which, for my friends not in America, that's in the South, more towards the mid-Atlantic region. I usually don't just throw being gay out there, but it's important to my tale and understanding why I made such insanely poor choices in my teenage years. I know almost everyone does, but this really takes the cake. Follow me back to when I was 16, almost 20 years ago now. I was a junior in high school, had plenty of friends, and no trouble with bullies, at least not while I was at school. My parents are now wonderful people who greatly regret the way they treated me when they found out I was gay. At the time, I hated them for being so horrendous, but as I got older, I finally understood that their reaction was just a product of the strict religious movement they and myself were brought up in. My parents, who at the time firmly believed that this would send my eternal soul into damnation, pretty much only allowed me to stay at our house a couple of days a week after that. For at least a year, I was living on my friends' couches and off the kindness of their parents. I was in what I can only describe as the worst state of miserable, a major depression that I've only ever experienced at that point in my life. I had tried to unalive myself the year before with a very serious overdose that cost me 9 days in the ICU. I should have died, but your liver is an amazing thing, and mine likely kept me from that fate. A year to the day after that, literally to the day, the first guy I ever fell in love with was killed in a tragic car accident. My parents, though, had zero sympathy for my feelings. They were the immoral feelings of their blasphemous son, so they didn't count, I guess. I remember coming back home from his funeral that night and my father asking me, "Why are you so upset? Were you with that boy or something?" I didn't even respond, just walked right past him and straight into my room where I proceeded to cry myself to sleep. Needless to say, this sent me completely spiraling downward in the worst ways possible. Drugs, alcohol, you name it, I did it. Anything to stay numb and keep myself from feeling the immense amounts of pain I was in emotionally every single day. To have your situation go from a year before seeing your father cry for the first time as you lay dying in a hospital bed, to him spewing so much malice and hatred towards you. Let's just say it was enough to make anyone have a mental breakdown. I had friends who cared about and loved me deeply. I don't know why that wasn't enough, but it just wasn't. I felt like no one truly loved me or ever would. Hell, if my own parents couldn't, then what were my chances with finding a soulmate? Would I just be alone forever and as miserable as I was then? At the time, and in my angsty teen mind, that's exactly what it felt like. In the midst of my deepest, darkest despair, the brightest idea anyone has ever had on this planet popped into my head. Well, if no one around here will ever love me, then I'll just go online and try to meet someone who will. Proud of myself for having such an ingenious idea, I immediately hopped onto MySpace and spent the next hour making it as badass looking as I thought I could. You could customize just about everything on your profile, so of course mine had to accurately reflect all my emo feelings and the darkness in my soul. It all started out innocently enough. I clicked on one of my gay acquaintances' profiles, and for some reason, this guy on his top 8 just flew right out at me. His name was Jacob. He was gorgeous, dressed in all black, and that was pretty much all I needed to know about him at the time. I saw he was from Maryland, several hours away from me, but far enough to possibly not be like everyone else here. Far enough to hopefully have exactly the kind of mentality that I was looking for in another human being. So I sent him a message. Something lame to the effect of, "Hi, what's up? I saw you on my friend's top 8 and thought you were cute, so I figured I'd say hello." I wasn't expecting a response, none whatsoever. He was so gorgeous and he seemed way too cool for me. So why in God's name would he message a guy like me back? And then it happened. Within a minute of me sending my message, I got one in return, and it was from him. Not gonna lie, I exploded in joy on the inside, something that I hadn't felt in years and years. It was just something like, "Hey, you're cute too. How are you?" But it was enough to send me over the moon. I felt alive again, but what I really felt was hope. We talked the rest of the day and night. We talked about each other, how much life sucked, how bad we wanted away from our hometown and our lives. You know, the usual for teenage gay boys living in repression. I fell for him hard too. We chatted for maybe a week before he asked me out. I had no problem with dating online. Hell, that was the whole point of me doing this in the first place. So I eagerly said yes. We had only been dating for a week after that or so when he introduced me to the rest of his friends. I met his ex-boyfriend Zachary and their best friend Josie, who I quickly became best friends with, along with about 10 other girls and guys. Josie was a cool chick, and she had known these guys for years. Who better to give me all the dirt on them? During the course of the next month, Josie and I became the closest of friends out of everyone that he introduced me to in what turned out to be a gang. They were mostly just a group of suburban white kids who called themselves the Elites and drank and smoked a lot of weed. I had heard some crazy stories here and there about them beating people up and some of them taking the gang thing way too seriously, but I didn't really think too much about it. Josie and I had been talking on the phone every single day and really made a genuine connection with each other. She had my sense of bizarre humor, was extremely intelligent, and still liked to have a crazy good time on top of it all. During this period, Jacob and I were doing great, but there was one little problem. I had started to fall in love with his ex Zachary the more that I talked to him. Jacob could be intense and at times violent when he was angry, at least from what I heard. But on the other hand, Zachary was his complete opposite. He was too kind for his own good, an extremely caring guy, and he wrote the most beautiful piano music that I had ever heard. Being a musician myself, French horn for 10 years, I was immediately endeared to this guy. The more and more time I spent online talking to Zachary, the less and less time I felt like talking to Jacob. Eventually, Jacob kind of figured out what was going on, and to my shock, he let me know he was cool with it and wished us the best. That's how, after about 2 months with Jacob, I started dating Zachary. This would be the guy that I would date for the next 2 years, and with whom the worst times of my life would be spent. Josie was clearly thrilled for me. We still talked every day online and on the phone. Sometimes I talked to Zachary on the phone, but more often than not, we just kept our communication to AOL Instant Messenger. When we started dating was when everything started to collapse. Jacob, who had initially said that he was okay with everything, ended up exploding. He completely tore me a new one online and then proceeded to go and kidnap my current boyfriend. Josie called me up freaking the hell out, saying he'd taken Zachary and no one knew where they were. This clearly sent me reeling from the shock. I guess all the rumors I had heard about Jacob were true, and now because of my actions, the guy that I'm in love with is in danger. I quickly contacted some of the older guys in the gang and let them know what was going on. Their response was basically, "Aw, shit, not again," which caught me off guard. Again? You mean this happens frequently? I talked to Chaz, the self-proclaimed leader of the gang, while he sent some guys out to deal with Jacob and to retrieve my boyfriend. He basically told me in a nutshell that Jacob has been and always will be obsessed with Zachary, that when he gets wasted on whatever, he goes cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs and sets out on some wild mission to kidnap and apparently violate my new boyfriend. I couldn't believe it. I mean, I was in complete and total shock, but apparently this situation was resolved relatively easily, and he handed over my man without too much incident. He also received a healthy ass beating to remind Jacob that it's not nice to go around kidnapping people. This was the first, but certainly not the last, incident that I can remember where a pattern I'm all too familiar with now would develop over the next several years. Jacob would get drunk and jealous. He would do something completely insane to me or Zachary, and then after all the freaking out and worrying was over with, he would come crying back to me begging mine and Zachary's forgiveness. This became a weekly routine, and it began to wear me out mentally very quickly. Flash forward to around a year after I had sent the very first message to Jacob. I was still with Zachary, still best friends with Josie, who I had even been up to Maryland to meet in person at this point. unfortunately to miss my boyfriend who was out of town visiting family, and was still dealing with Jacob's craptastic, insane plots to ruin my relationship and give me a stroke before the age of 20. None of this craziness set off any red flags in my head, not a single one. As a matter of fact, nothing period during that entire year gave me second thoughts about anything going on really. The day-to-day, the sky is falling lifestyle had become the norm for me, and I was used to it. Several of my friends, however, had their doubts, though they were polite enough to keep them to themselves for the time being. This was when the first true danger that threatened me and my family ever arose, and it led to a night that I don't think I'll ever forget. Cut to me as a 17-year-old who, in the span of 1 year, had accomplished everything he set out to do. I had the perfect boyfriend, even if I'd never met him. I didn't care. I had an awesome new best friend in Josie. We hung out a few times at that point, and I adored her. And I had joined a group of my own in my hometown. My parents were going to throw me away just because of who I loved. Well, then I was going to throw away every single religious thing I had ever been taught and go to the dark side. I became a Luciferian, otherwise known as a Satanist. I received a phone call one night around midnight from Josie, who was almost beside herself. Very out of character for her. I mean, hell, Zachary had been kidnapped over 40 times in the past year, and she had hardly batted an eye. But this was different. She explained to me that Jacob had really outdone himself and lost his mind this time. He had hired a guy from the elites named Sean to come down to my house and kill me, plus my mother, father, and younger sister. My sister is about 7.5 years younger than me, and from the day she was born, I've always been fiercely protective of her. She was, and still is, my beautiful baby sister, and truly the only one in my household that I loved at the time. When I heard that my ex had taken it so far as to hire a hitman to come after my family, I flew into what we around here call a mountain rage. I asked Josie when he left Maryland. She told me she found out that he'd started driving towards my house maybe an hour ago, and as soon as she found out, she called me immediately. Okay, so that meant I had at the most 6 hours to prepare, and at the least, possibly 4 if he got a good head start. She also informed me that Sean was a former army guy, but got kicked out for failing several psych tests and being a complete sociopath in general. I'm not a big guy, and at the time I weighed even less than I do now. I was 5 feet 7 inches tall and maybe 130 pounds soaking wet. But my first thought didn't require brute strength to beat back this attacker. I called up my coven leader, Brandon, who lived not even 10 minutes away from me, and explained the situation. I told him that I needed to borrow his favorite toy, and I promised to bring it back in good condition, with as little blood on it as possible. He agreed. About 30 minutes later, I was back home in my room, cleaning and loading an extremely nice over and under pump action shotgun. Like I said, no brute force required. I called Josie back up and got the details on exactly what he and his car looked like. Then around 4 a.m., I told her I would call her back and crept out into my front yard. Now, for people who had never been to my house, they always got where to park at wrong. They always ended up in front of my house down a hill instead of in the driveway on the side. This little detail was stuck in my mind and probably saved my life. In the very front of my yard, there was a huge oak tree that was big enough for my skinny, girl jean wearing emo ass to hide behind perfectly. All I had to do was wait and hope he did exactly what I thought he would. I got so lucky. He parked exactly on the opposite side of the big tree that I was hiding behind. I heard a car door open and someone step outside of the vehicle, shortly followed by the unmistakable cocking of a 9mm handgun. While that sound may have struck fear in the hearts of others, it absolutely enraged me to the core. So I replied in kind with a sound of my own. As I stepped around the side of the tree, he was directly in front of the car, gun down by his side. In one motion, I simultaneously pumped a shell into the chamber of my shotgun and raised it directly level with his head, about 10 feet away from me. This must have caught him off guard and completely by surprise. I didn't hesitate. I simply told him the God's honest truth. I said, "Buddy, you've got one of two options right now. Either you get back in your car, turn around and drive straight back to Maryland without stopping, or you can so much as flinch in my general direction, and I'll splatter your brains all across my great state. You have 5 seconds to decide. What's it gonna be?" I kid you not. The most sickly smile spreads across this psycho's face, and for a moment I thought we were about to reenact the movie Tombstone. Fortunately, he had much more of a sense of self-preservation than I thought someone who had just driven 8 hours to kill a family ever would. All he did was give a little chuckle and say, "You're a cool dude. See you around." He then walked backwards very slowly, my gun following him the entire way, before he got back into the car and just drove off. Right then and there, I made up my mind. I had to tackle this beast head on. I had to go to my enemy Jacob's home turf and bring this war to his doorstep, just like he had brought it to mine. It was now time to go to Maryland. After all the drama of nearly being murdered by a nutjob, I'd really had enough of Jacob's BS at this point. I got online and cussed him out until a fly wouldn't land on him, making a point to let him know that his little plan had backfired. I told him he was going to regret the day that he ever crossed me and my boyfriend. Instead of apologizing like usual, his true colors finally came out. He laughed at me. He fucking laughed. He told me that I was cute when I was angry, and said what a damn shame it was that I didn't have a bullet hole in my head. He wished I was dead, and that he never spoke to me in the first place, because he was still in love, more like insanely obsessed with his ex. He informed me that the war was just beginning, and he would do everything in his power to win Zachary back like he was some kind of adorable trophy that you won for baking the best pie at the county fair. I was incensed, completely livid and brimming to the edge with fury. I told him to watch his back because I'm coming for him. I called Josie and told her everything that had happened and asked if I could come stay with her for a week. She excitedly agreed. Zachary was asleep for this whole ordeal and blissfully unaware that anything had happened. When he found out the next day, I think that he was even more angry than I was. Fortunately for us, the gang's leader Chaz liked Zachary a whole hell of a lot more than he did Jacob. So we hatched a plan with him. The idea was for them to kidnap Jacob like he had done Zachary so many times before. They would be accomplishing this task while I was on my way up to Maryland, and when I got there, he would be mine to do with as I pleased. I was going to inflict a maximum amount of pain on the guy that had caused so much in my own life, and I would relish every second of it. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, my dreams of reviving the Spanish Inquisition on my ex's head never came to fruition. When I arrived in Maryland, Josie came skipping out to greet me, happy as a lark like always to see me. She had some good and bad news. I always asked for the bad news first, and the bad news was that Jacob had gotten tipped off by someone, and he knew that everyone was coming for him. He made a hasty retreat and had intended to kidnap Zachary and take him on the run too. But that was the good news. Before he could get to him, Zachary had hopped on a bus and headed to New York to stay with his mom while things cooled off. As sad as I was that once again I had missed seeing him for the first time, I was just relieved that he was out of harm's way, safe and sound. Again, no alarm bells going off that for the second time that I had made the trip up there, Zachary wasn't around. Josie called him on her cell, and he apparently picked up on his mom's because he never had his own, and we got to enjoy one of the rare times we actually spoke on the phone. All was well. Now for a week of fun and plotting on what we were going to do to Jacob the next time he reared his ugly head. Later that week, Josie convinced me to go ghost hunting on some abandoned railroad tracks in Maryland. We even invited Sean. Yeah, the same psycho who'd once threatened to kill me and my family. He claimed to regret it, and I played nice, thinking that it was safer to have him on my side. The rest of that trip went quietly, and so did the upcoming holidays. For once, things almost felt normal. But then came February, and everything started to unravel. Josie said she needed to get away from her parents, so I drove a 16-hour round trip to bring her back. My parents didn't want her in the house, so I paid for us to stay at a motel until they caved. Now at this point, I forgot to mention something extremely important earlier about my boyfriend Zachary. He was very sick. I mean, like terminally ill. But we didn't think the ultimate outcome would be for years. I was told that he had cystic fibrosis and needed a double lung transplant in order to live. And he was hospitalized for this in the beginning of February and rushed to the transplant list because his condition was so grave. Unfortunately, he was at a hospital in a part of the country that specializes in treating CF, and that was way too far away for me to travel. Josie kept me in pretty good spirits about the whole thing. She had a lot of experience with CF since her sister had died from it several years earlier. She reassured me that since he was so young and tried to take such good care of himself, that he would probably receive donor lungs very soon and be just fine. I tried not to worry too much, but in reality, I worried my ass off. Losing him after getting him out of harm's way so many times before was not an option in my mind. How could we have overcome so much only for him to succumb to this disease? Zachary and I talked constantly when he felt like it, and even though he was scared and alone, he said he felt like $1,000,000 knowing I was supporting him with my love no matter where I was. That made me feel wonderful being able to comfort him from so far away, and for a couple of weeks, my comfort seemed to be doing the trick. Until one day, that day. My boyfriend died suddenly on February 14th, 2008. His lungs filled with fluid. He suffocated and died. There was nothing that anyone could do. I was completely and totally lost, and Josie was the one that broke the news to me. She was still living with me at the time, so she tried to console me as best as she could, while she was shedding her own tears at the loss of her best friend. That forever ruined Valentine's Day for me, and to this day, it only reminds me of loss and death. You don't realize how fragile your heart truly is until you've experienced a loss like that. Little did I know that even worse moments in my life were about to occur less than a month later. I was headed on a course for total destruction and still blissfully unaware of the one person who had been driving the train from day one. Skip forward to March. Josie had forcefully been returned to Maryland by her parents, seeing as how she had practically ran away. I was off in a la-la land of booze and drugs and more pain than either of those could cover up. My alcohol tolerance back then was ridiculously high, so I had already drank an inordinate amount when my phone rang. It was Josie. I slurred my words as something to the effect of, "Hey girl, what you doing?" came bumbling out of my mouth. The next words out of her mouth once again sent my head spinning off into space and my world into complete chaos. Zachary's not dead. I stopped breathing for a moment, and when I caught my breath, I asked her if she could repeat that again. She did, except this time she added the fact that his life had been in danger, and that he had to even hide from me, just so Jacob thought that he was dead. Blah, blah, blah. I could literally feel my brain dripping out from my ears as my mind turned into mush with every word out of her mouth. Then, for the real kicker to my drunken mental meltdown, Zachary got on the phone. Sure enough, it was him. He apologized for what he had to do. I apologized for what I was about to do, which is scream and yell my lungs out. Throw my phone into a wall, smashing it into a million pieces. I was literally having a complete and total mental breakdown. Some good friends sat me down and started to tell me all the inconsistencies in their stories over the last few years. At first, I didn't want to listen, but then eventually there was too much evidence not to. Finally, I opened my ears and my mind to what was really going on. I decided to figure this out once and for all. I got on MySpace, this new thing at the time called Facebook, and every other social media that I could think of. I typed in Josie's full name into the search bar of every single one. What I found still makes me want to turn my stomach contents inside out to this day. There, on every social media possible, by using her name and the few email addresses I knew she had, I found dozens and dozens of accounts linked to her emails. Duplicate after duplicate of Zachary's full name on accounts with pictures of her, and the same thing with Jacob and every single solitary other person in the supposed elites. That's when, after years of denial and torment, it finally fucking hit me like a railroad car full of bricks. She absolutely made up every single one of these people and has been pretending to be a dozen or more over the last 2 years. As you can imagine, my jaw hit the damn floor. Thank God I had some close friends that were there to keep me from falling apart and help me find every single fake profile she had created. I diligently copied every link to every single one of her profiles into my AOL Instant Messenger. Then I called her. "Hey, how are you?" "I'm alright, I guess. Just bored. You?" "Nope, definitely not bored over here. Get on AIM Chat, and I'll show you something really interesting." I was nearly hysterical at that point, and I could tell she knew that something was up. Once she was online, I simply asked her, "Hey Josie, what are these?" then sent her the link to every single fake profile she had ever created in her miserable life. The silence on the other end of the phone was deafening as I heard her clicking through link after link. Her 2-year-long mental game was now over, and she finally realized it. Her words? Well, fuck man. Guess you got me. Catfish the show or movie wasn't around way back then, so I had unwittingly become one of the first hardcore victims of a stalker in the internet age. Worse than that, I had talked to, lived with, and even befriended the girl who had been stalking and trying to ruin my life for over 2 years. It was literally, and still is, the single biggest mindfuck I've ever had in my life. Thousands upon thousands of messenger conversations, thousands of hours on phone conversation, countless amounts of cash being spent to drive up several states away just to stay with my psycho stalker every single time, even bringing her down to live with me for months. Everything was starting to make sense. There was no Jacob, no Zachary, and there was no gang. What there actually was one completely batshit insane girl with more mental problems than what could fit in an encyclopedia. She was the only person I ever talked to. She was the only person I ever saw, and even worse, she was the one that paid Sean to come down to my house with a gun and try to kill my entire family. Josie was the only person in these last 2 years that had orchestrated any of this, from all the fake kidnappings and boyfriend drama to faking the death of someone that I had fallen in love with, and then bringing him back just to screw with my head. Who the hell even does that? All of the events of the last 2 years came flooding into my mind as I realized in each and every one, it was only her. I deleted my MySpace and made my Facebook private. I only accepted friends that I knew were real. I fell completely off the wagon and out of my head. Drugs, alcohol, and even more drugs. That's all I could do to cope. Here I was, a gay man that had unknowingly fallen in love with a straight woman, and regardless of whether or not I thought it was a gay man, which I wholeheartedly did, that still fucks you in the head pretty bad. I didn't think I could ever be close to someone again. My world had been rocked and ruined, and to this day, all these years later, I still can't trust people. I don't think I'll ever be able to trust someone ever again, and can you blame me? After months of self-destruction, I knew that I couldn't stay on this path. I needed answers. I was going to have to talk to Josie again. As much as I wanted to scream at her, or even worse, I stayed calm. Not for her, but for me. I told her that I wasn't looking for reconciliation, just closure. She agreed to talk, and I finally got the chance to say what I'd been carrying on my back. That she nearly destroyed me, and what she did was one of the cruelest betrayals I'd ever known. And I had done nothing but care for her. Her explanation? This type of behavior for her started as a joke in high school, catfishing a bully with a fake online persona for revenge. But it grew. She created dozens of fake profiles with names, backstories, and stolen photos to make them seem real. That's when I came along. She said that she meant to prank me briefly, but claimed she fell in love and didn't know how to stop. Whether that's true or not, I'll never know. If it was love, why choose to put me through hell? She admitted the music was hers. She was actually a talented musician. The male voice on the phone? Just some guy she paid. Sean? Also her doing. $500 to drive down and terrify me and my family for no real reason. The rest was all fantasy, built to keep my attention and to control my emotions. She went so deep into the lie that she claimed she started to believe it herself. After hours of listening, I'd heard enough. My life, my trust, and my sanity were nearly obliterated because she was lonely and craved attention. I'll never fully understand people who feed off of others' pain. Like I said, even now, almost 2 decades later, I struggle to trust. The idea of being that vulnerable ever again terrifies me. But I survived. I came out on the other side. I think stronger, harder, and more self-aware than I ever thought possible. I've learned to love myself, something that I obviously couldn't say back then. I don't need anyone else to validate me. And as awful as it all was, if I weren't someone worth obsessing over, she wouldn't have clung to me for years and moved her life just to be near me. She took a lot from me back then, but what I've built in the aftermath, that's mine. and that's something that she can never take away. When I was younger, it was just me, my mom, and my little brother, at least until I turned 14. Every weekday, my mom would drive about 30 minutes away to care for a family with 4 kids, from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Then some nights she'd pick up an evening shift at a diner, even farther out. My brother and I were homeschooled, and we had tutors come in 3 days a week for about 4 hours each time. The rest of the time, we were mostly alone and unsupervised. Our nearest neighbors were a half a mile away, and we rarely saw cars pass by. 5 in a day was the most that I ever counted. We lived in a small, rundown house, and at the time we had 3 large dogs, 2 German Shepherds and a Belgian Malinois that a neighbor gave us when his dog had puppies. Our yard wasn't fenced, and we usually spent our days on the porch with a fan running, doing homework, or reading while the dogs played fetch. Every day after 5 p.m., we were under strict orders from my mom to bring the dogs in, close the blinds, and lock up the house. But sometimes when I was bored or the dogs had too much energy, I'd let them back out to play. Our house was tiny, and our yard was huge. One evening, knowing my mom was working the night shift, my brother and I decided to take the dogs out. He ran to the backyard to grab their toys while I stayed inside with the dogs, who were barking wildly. After a while, I got concerned. He was taking way too long. I stopped doing dishes, pulled the blinds back, and saw him outside talking to a man that I didn't recognize. The guy seemed desperate, urgently trying to coax my brother to get into his car. I panicked and started screaming at the top of my lungs. I ran out the front door, and all 3 dogs bolted out with me. My smallest dog, Totoro, though still 60 pounds, jumped on the man, knocking him down and standing over him barking. The other 2 dogs circled, barking like mad. I yelled for my brother to run inside, and in one motion, I grabbed Totoro by the scruff and yanked his tail to get him off the man. My dog whimpered in pain, something that I still feel guilty about, but he ran back into the house with all of us. I then shoved the dining room table in front of the door and sat on the couch with a kitchen knife, terrified. My dogs kept barking while I peeked through the blinds. The man, now back on his feet, stood outside looking furious, pacing and yelling in our direction. I thought for sure that he was going to try to break in. But eventually he drove off, and it couldn't have been more than 30 minutes before my mom got home, although it felt like hours. We told her what had happened. My brother said the man first asked for directions, then started asking more personal questions like whether he was home alone. The man then used the classic line that he had a puppy in the car and asked my brother if he wanted to see him. When my brother said that we had 3 dogs and offered to show them to the man then tried to lead him toward the vehicle. We drove to the neighbor's house and called the police. Officers came from the nearest town and questioned us. I was only 10 at the time, and all I could really remember was that the man was tall, white, and drove an old red car. I brought this up with my mom again tonight. After that incident, a police patrol car started passing by our house a few times a week. One officer, the one who took my statement, stayed in touch with my family. He actually became part of our lives. He'd join us for dinners, stop by during patrols, and eventually, we even spent holidays like Thanksgiving and Christmas with his family. When I moved out to California a few years back, he adopted Totoro and my older shepherd, Ponyo, because our new apartment didn't allow big dogs. To this day, he's still a huge part of our family. I see him as a father figure, even though we now live 5 states apart. Sadly, he's sick now, liver failure, and my family is flying out to see him one last time later this week. That's actually what inspired me to tell this story. So to the man who tried to kidnap my brother, I thank you. Because of you, I met one of the most loving and important people in my life. I truly can't imagine who I'd be today without him. I find myself almost in disbelief when I say that this story took place more than 20 years ago, back when I was your textbook angsty teenager, moody, angry at the world, and convinced that I was invincible. Ironically, that exact attitude might be what saved my life. Still, the guilt has never fully let go, and I don't think that I've ever told this story in full before. At the time, we lived in one of the nicer parts of the city, though that didn't really mean much. Petty crimes and muggings weren't uncommon, though to my knowledge, no one had died from them. At least, not then. I didn't follow the news, local or otherwise, and I could tell that my mom was becoming increasingly anxious, but I didn't care enough to ask why. Every week, it seemed like the same routine. Lock the doors, don't walk alone, don't talk to strangers, the usual safety talks. But at 16, being told to be careful felt like an insult. I didn't want warnings. I wanted my space. Our first real fight about it happened when she told me that I could no longer walk home from the train station. I was taking extracurricular classes downtown and rode the train to the very last stop, just 10 minutes from our apartment. I've been making that same walk since I was a kid, rain or shine, day or night, and felt perfectly safe doing so. I'd plug in my headphones, blast something loud and angry on my CD player, and walk home in a bubble of music and independence. We yelled about it. A lot, actually. I accused her of treating me like a child, of being controlling, of trying to steal my freedom. She tried to reason with me, but I wasn't interested in listening. Eventually, we did reach a compromise. I could walk home as long as it was still light out. After dark, I'd call her for a ride. It wasn't ideal, but to end the conversation, I agreed. But this all came to a head one night when I was coming home a bit later than I had intended. I don't remember exactly why I was so angry, just that I was. Absolutely seething. Every little thing that day felt like throwing gasoline on a fire. And by the time my train had pulled in, the sun was long gone over the horizon. But the last thing that I was going to do was call Mommy. It was raining, but I didn't care. I wasn't made of sugar, and I certainly wasn't going to back down. I got off the train and stormed off into the night, headphones on, fists clenched, just ready to be home already. The route home was well lit, except for this one stretch. There was a bend in the road, bordered by overgrown hedges, part of an abandoned lot. No streetlights for about 100 feet. I barely registered where I was on the walk because I was too caught up in my own imaginary battles. That's when someone jumped out from behind the bushes. This man had a large knife in his hand. I remember the glint of it, the hood over his face, and that overwhelming, unmistakable stench of alcohol. But I can't recall his voice. If he said anything at all, I don't think I ever heard it, because at that exact moment, I had dropped my CD player and watched it smash into the pavement. For those of you old enough to remember, it was a Sony Discman. And with that crash, something inside of me snapped. All the rage that I'd been carrying around that day exploded outward. I screamed, cussed, shoved him hard in the chest, all while screaming, "Are you fucking kidding me right now?" Over and over again. At this point, I didn't even register the knife. I was just plain furious. Furious at the world, at my shitty day, and at him. I bent down to scoop up the shattered pieces of my CD player, completely ignoring the scenario staring me right in the face. But when I stood up, he was gone. Just gone. Still fuming, I stomped the rest of the way home, clutching my broken Discman like it was the final straw in an already cursed day. I kept muttering under my breath, and occasionally I turned to shout over my shoulder, "Fuck you, man," off into the darkness behind me. When I got home, my mom was livid that I hadn't called. I didn't tell her all of what happened. I was afraid that she'd reference that argument we had, and that she would win. The reality of what I'd just survived didn't really sink in until I was in the shower later that night. All the adrenaline had drained away at that point, and I started shaking. But still, I think I cried harder for my Discman than for the fact that I could have died. Well, a few days later, I overheard my mom on the phone. Her voice was low and tense. A neighbor of ours, someone that I'd gone to Sunday school with, had been found stabbed to death in the abandoned lot behind the hedges. Same place that I was accosted. Same time of night. My mom used the words serial killer in a hushed tone, talking about a string of attacks apparently targeting wealthier neighborhoods nearby. I said nothing, and I still haven't, but I've thought about that night more times than I can count. I don't know why he ran. Maybe he hadn't expected me to fight back. Maybe I caught him off guard. Or maybe he realized that I wasn't the easy target that he was hoping for. Something that he likely found in my neighbor, either that night or the night after. Sometimes I think it was my anger that saved me. Other times I find myself wondering just how close I came to dying before I even realized that I was in any danger at all. I'm going to share a story that happened to me and a friend about 8 years ago. While it was scary for me, I can't imagine how frightening it must have been for her once she was able to examine everything that took place that night. Just so you know, going into the story, I'm a guy in my late 20s, standing over 6 feet tall, and roughly about 200 pounds. Sometimes I find myself being far too nice to my friends. I tend to do favors for them, even if they seem pretty ridiculous, as long as it's not terribly out of my way. Most of the time, it's, "Help, I'm drunk and need a ride home." Well, one night at around 1:30 a.m., I get that exact call. A very, very drunk friend of mine, Claire, is begging for me to come pick her up and give her a ride home. The bar's closing soon and she's too drunk to drive home. The bar she's at isn't too far from my house, maybe 10-15 minutes by car. But the issue is that she lives like 35 to 45 minutes on the other side of town. Claire has been extremely nice to me in the past, and I did owe her a solid, so at about 10 to 2, I grab my keys, along with my concealed carry, and walk out the door of my house. I get to the bar at around 5 past 2, and she's sitting outside on a bench by the doorman. I pull into the parking lot, which was pretty empty since the bar had just closed, and I assume that the cars remaining were the workers who had yet to leave. I get out of the car and start walking up to Claire, who's kind of slumped over. I was hoping that she wasn't passed out drunk, and when I got to her, the doorman asked me if I was her ride. I told him yes, showed my ID for proof, and what he said next was of some concern. He kind of pulls me in close and says, "Hey, I was supposed to leave when we closed, but I have a strong feeling your friend was drugged. She's been out on the porch drinking all night, and some guy kept hovering around her. I had assumed that it was her boyfriend or whatever, but she never turned to talk to the guy. She was either drinking or chatting with other girls around her. Well, anyway, she chugged her last drink, came up to me and told me that you'd be coming to pick her up, and she asked me if I would sit by her. She told me she felt dizzy and borderline sick. I told her sure, hoping that she had just drank too much, but she passed out right after she sat down. After that, I couldn't see the guy anymore, but I didn't want to take any chances. So now, me visibly concerned, I thank the guy profusely, and he even helps me carry Claire to my car. Midway through carrying her, she's kind of coming to, like someone just waking up after a surgery. That really groggy, not knowing where they are, talking all sorts of nonsense kind of talking. I don't remember exactly what she was talking about, but I'm sure if I wasn't on high alert about her possibly being drugged, it would have been some funny shit. So we get her in the car and buckled up. I thank the doorman once more, and he says that he just hopes she gets home safe. So now, hoping my friend is only stupid drunk and not roofied, I start driving to her house. The whole time I'm trying to keep an eye on her and an eye on the road. She's now snoring asleep, which puts me at ease a little bit. But about halfway to her house, my fuel light pops on. Cursing the fuel economy of a sports car, I pull into the next gas station. It's one of those small stations that doesn't have a 24-hour store, so I'm on extra high alert while I start to pump gas. This station is about a block from the freeway, and right at the corner of the intersection. The street itself is pretty dark, with only lonely lampposts shining very pitiful lights at large intervals. I get that really dead feeling, like this place is nearly abandoned. To give an idea of positioning, because this is going to be important, the gas station is at the corner of the intersection. The storefront would be facing south, and we were right in front of it where the pumps were. The east of the lot would be where there are air pumps for tires and parking spaces, and the north would be the diesel fuel pump right behind the store, accessible from the street behind the gas station. I drive a Corvette, so the gas tank is on the rear end of my car, and I'm leaning against it looking around. To my left, I hear this weird metallic scraping sound. That's when I turn around and see a guy, maybe 10 to 20 feet from me. He'd come around the corner dragging a long metal pipe with him on the ground. I immediately sense that I'm in a possibly dangerous situation now. The guy looks nearly possessed, but he's not looking at me. Rather, like he's trying to look into my car. I'm on the defensive, but hope that I can get him to leave, so I call out, "Hey man, everything all right?" Without even looking at me, he answers back, "Hey man, you took my girlfriend from me. I'm here to take her back." This is the point where he turns to look at me, and it's obvious that he's got really bloodshot eyes. Before he begins to take a step towards me though, I begin to yell, hoping that it'll get him to back off. Like I said, I'm a little over 6 feet tall and not exactly skinny, but I wouldn't say that I'm bulky either. I do have a really deep voice though. I yell, "Back the fuck off, man. Turn around and leave, and no one has to get hurt." He takes a step towards me, clearly unimpressed. So almost automatically, I pull my handgun from inside my waistband holster and draw a bead on him. I said, "Back the fuck off. You don't have to die tonight." This comes out much louder than before, although I'm pretty sure my voice cracked because A, I'm scared shitless right now. No amount of self-defense classes and time at the range prepares you emotionally for this kind of situation. B, even though I carry, I'm actually really against violence, and killing someone isn't something that I dreamed to do. C, did I mention that I'm really fucking scared? Anyway, in a panic, the dude throws the pipe at me. It whizzes by, thankfully not into me or my car, and I dive behind my car for cover. I have no idea if this guy has a gun himself or what, but I was going to put some kind of cover between me and him. And by the time I kneel up and aim over the rear of my car, he's booked it. I hear a car door slam and tires screech, and he launches off the curb on the east side of the lot and starts tearing down the road, swaying all over the place. In my own panicked hurry, I pull the pump out of the car, screw the cap on, and tear out of there myself. Claire is still passed out in the car, and now I'm afraid because I'm convinced that she had been drugged, and we were followed by that guy. Me being more concerned about her earlier and keeping an eye on the road, I must not have noticed being followed. The whole way back to her house, I'm wary of any car that's behind us. I'm also driving aggressively. Think speeding like a jackass. And when I get to Claire's neighborhood, I circle a separate block that's not hers 4 times, just to make sure that no one has followed us. When I was satisfied thinking that I wasn't being followed anymore, I pulled up to her house and tried my best to shake her awake. She's doing that groggy waking up stuff from before, but now she's at least able to get up. I'm able to walk her, thankfully, because I was worried I was going to have to call an ambulance if she didn't wake up. That's when I get her keys from her bag and let us into her house. Once she was inside, she's at this point of kind of coming around, asking me what's going on, where she is. I tell her she's home, that she's safe, and I'm gonna lie her down. She's completely lost looking, and her eyes start welling up with tears. She clings to me and starts sobbing. She's still very out of it, but I'm guessing she realizes that something bad was going on, or at least attempted on her. I was able to get her to lie down in bed, and ultimately got her to sleep. I wrote a note for her which pretty much said, "Hey, I'm gonna be in the next room. We're going to the hospital in the morning to get you checked out." Fast forward to the AM, and she's sick as a dog. And after she was able to expel some of the demons from her stomach, I drove her to the hospital where she got tested and treated. They did a urine test on her, and lo and behold, they found traces of her hypnol in her. Terrifying enough on its own, although I still shudder to think what might have happened had I not had my CCW with me. I do know martial arts, but that's not something I want to take against a crazy person with a pipe. Claire still doesn't remember much from that night, except calling me and wanting to sit next to the doorman. My advice for anyone on the sub, either be with your friends that you trust when you go out, or at least be vigilant if you're by yourself. That night could have ended badly in 1,000 different ways, but thankfully, even luckily, everyone made it out safe. In the days after, We went to the bar and let them know what happened. I gave as good of a description of the guy as I could. Claire ultimately decided against filing a police report, and I respectfully went with her wishes. It wouldn't have been the move that I went with, but in my book, the poor girl had been through far too much already. When I was 17, I moved from Europe to the US to attend a Catholic high school. Coming from where I did, everything felt surreal, like I'd walked into a teen movie or something. There were so many things that I'd only ever seen on screen. Lockers, football games, loud cafeterias, even active shooter drills. Some things were fun, some were strange, some made no sense to me at all, but I loved every minute of it. I've always been quick to adapt, and within a month, I had a solid group of friends. One of the biggest changes for me was how classes worked. Back home, we stayed in the same classroom all day while teachers rotated. In the US, we switched classrooms every hour. It felt chaotic at first, but it eventually grew on me. My favorite class was English, mostly because of my friends being in it. That was also where I sat next to a guy named Mark. Mark was quiet, a little awkward, but kind. He wasn't the most outgoing kid, but people knew him. The school was small and everyone sort of mingled, regardless of cliques. What I noticed early on was that Mark never looked anyone in the eye. Whenever he spoke, his eyes darted around the room or dropped to the floor. At first, I just thought it was his way of coping with shyness. I didn't find it weird, just different. Not a red flag, just a quirk. About a month into the semester, things were going really well for me. One morning in English class, I asked Mark if I could copy the end of the homework that I hadn't finished during study hall. He handed it over without hesitation. We talked for a bit before the bell rang, nothing deep, and then class went on like normal. But that was the last time I saw him that week. The next day, Mark wasn't at school, and at first no one thought much of it. But after a few days of absence, rumors started to spread. The prevailing one was that Mark had gone home from school and found his mother dead. Whoa. If that were true, I felt sick for him. No one deserves that. He was such a quiet and nice person, and I couldn't imagine the kind of pain that he was going through. And around that time, that's when the rumors got even more grand. People said that she'd unalived herself, that she'd been found with her head in the oven. Others said that she was murdered, strangled, robbed, maybe even attacked by someone she knew. It was all speculation, and it made me angry how casually people talked about it. Like this was just another bit of high school gossip. Eventually, Mark returned to school. He looked pale. He was distant, seemed almost like a shell of himself. Everyone tried to show support, offering condolences, trying to lighten the mood, asking him to come to lunch with them. I'm personally not that great at that sort of thing, so when I saw him in English class, I just put an arm around him and I said, "Hey man, I heard. I'm really sorry." That's when he looked at me. For the very first time, he met my eyes, and something about it gave me the chills. There was sadness there, yeah, but it ran much deeper than that. It didn't seem like it was grief. It was something colder, something hollow. Still, I told myself, he's mourning. He's in shock. If I were in his position, I wouldn't be myself either. So I gave him space. The next day, he didn't show up again. I assumed that it was just part of the grieving process. But around that same time, I noticed a man hanging around the school cafeteria during lunch. When I asked one of my friends who he was, someone said that it was the husband of one of our school's counselors. We'll call her Miss Lefebvre, though honestly, I don't really remember her name. Then the rumors just got worse, even more wild. I snapped at my friends for trying to spread them even further. Have some respect. Someone just died. A week later, everything changed. All of us seniors were called to the gym. The principal stood at the front, and next to him was the man that I'd seen in the cafeteria. But it turns out that he wasn't a counselor's husband. He introduced himself as a detective, and again, I don't really remember his name. He told us what had really happened. Mark hadn't come home and found his mother dead. he was the one responsible for it. One morning, he asked her for the car keys so he could drive himself to school. She refused, saying that she needed the car herself. And then Mark snapped. He strangled her to death in their home. Then he got dressed, packed his bag, and came to school, before sitting next to me in English class and letting me copy his homework like it was just any other day. After school, he went home and calmly called the police. I felt the blood drain from my face. It wasn't just the murder that horrified me. It was the casualness of it. The way he sat there next to me like nothing had happened. Like the most important thing in his life that day was making sure that I got the last few answers to my assignment. The school eventually brought in a grief counselor, but no one I knew ever talked to him. We just tried to move on, tried to pretend that this was over, but I never really forgot it. Sometimes late at night, I still think about that moment in class when Mark looked me in the eye for the very first time. And while I was never really in danger, it still chills me to think that the quiet, polite kid sitting next to me, the one who couldn't even make eye contact, was carrying something so dark beneath the surface. You just never really know who someone is. A little background, because heaven knows we'll all need it for this story. I'm a pretty big girl, not extremely obese, but chunky enough that it's obvious, and it's not due to diet. I have polycystic ovarian syndrome, otherwise known as PCOS, which can cause issues with weight due to the pituitary gland releasing the wrong type of hormones. With this comes insulin resistance, which is like pre-diabetes. It's reversible, but not always effective. As such, in my 20s, I'm on a drug called metformin, or glucophage, depending on what name you know it by. It certainly isn't an addictive substance. It's used to control high insulin, and I have to take it with my heaviest meals, lunch and dinner, so I'm usually toting around this giant pill bottle full of white tabs. The reason why I do this is because I work part-time and go to school. I live in the dormitory of my university, and I have to take transit to work and back with the bus switch downtown. Around the area where I have to switch my bus are numerous cafes and convenience stores. Needless to say, I've grabbed something to eat from there numerous times. And finally, I tend to dress goth or punk. My head shaven on the side, and I've got a few piercings. Mostly, I'm left alone, but there have been times where some wise asses decide to have a go at me, particularly on Friday nights. So, with all that information laid out, here's my story. It was Friday, the 2nd of November, to put things in perspective. My instructor was ill, so class was canceled, and I had an extra hour to get to work. I usually grab a quick deli sandwich and coffee from the cafe closest to the bus stop and stick it into my backpack so I can eat it on my break. This Friday, with extra time on my hands, I decided that I'd stay at the cafe to eat. I go in, order my usual, plain latte and a turkey bacon wrap. Then I have a seat next to the window so I can keep an eye on the bus stop. I have my earbuds in, and I'm listening to a podcast, just going through the motions. Once I finish my wrap, I unzip the front pocket of my backpack, fish out the bottle of pills, pop it, and wash it down with my latte. All at once, this guy comes up to my table and motions for me to take my earbuds out. For a description, he's pretty tall, kind of burly, white as a sheet with this broom mustache, wearing clean civilian clothes. Nothing that set off my alarm bells, but being confused, I take my earbuds out, and he tells me what's up. "Excuse me, miss, but what exactly are those?" He was talking about my pills. The thing about me is that I'm pretty confrontational when I feel threatened, so I said to him, "That's none of your business." Then this guy pulls open his jacket, flashing me a police badge. He did it so quickly that I couldn't make out the details, just the shape and pretty much nothing else. He says, "I think it is my business. What are those, narcotics?" At this point, I'm in complete shock. The rational part of my brain is shut off because I'm so caught off guard by this random man looming over me. "No," is all I could get out. "Is that so?" he says and picks up my pill bottle. Also, if you know anything about medication, you know they put your full name on the damn label, as well as what it is. Before I can tell him to give it back, he pockets it and quickly goes, "I'm confiscating these, miss. If you want to come with me downtown to discuss this further, I suggest we do so now, before I have to place you under arrest." Okay, so at this point, I'm half calling bullshit, half unsure what to say or how to react. All I'm able to say is a flat out no, like a moron. "Do you want to be placed under arrest? I can do that." Then he fishes out a pair of handcuffs. And no, not fluffy kink ones that you'd expect for a fake cop to have. They're real, and as far as I can tell, metal. I'd recommend you just follow me to my car so we can have a chat. Of course, my sense of rationality is still undermined by the sheer ridiculousness of this situation. So I end up just blurting out, "I'm not using drugs. That's my medicine." That's when he busts out the cliche. "That's what they all say." And he proceeds to reach for my arm. When he grabs it, my senses finally come back to me, and I pull back, up against the window. "Give me back my medication," I yell, loud enough to get the attention from the patrons and staff. "Miss, I'm asking you to come quietly." But I just keep my mouth running. "That's my medication for diabetes and I need it. It says so on the bottle. If you're a cop, give me back my pills and call for backup. Better yet," I proceeded to grab my phone, "I'll call the cops here because there's obviously been some mistake." That got him pissed off, and he says something along the lines of, "You're resisting arrest," and he tries to grab my arm again. At this point, I'm dialing 911, and one of the baristas is coming out from behind the counter. He asks the guy, "What the hell are you doing?" This obviously scares the creep, and he takes off running. Granted, with my medication in his pocket. I speak to the dispatcher, and the real cops show up within minutes. I speak to them and explain what happened. The barista also tells them that this guy had been sitting at the cafe for over an hour before I showed up, but hadn't been bothering any other customers. Just me, apparently. Cops took surveillance from the security cameras, though, of course, there's none pointing out onto the road. I actually had to go to the station to file a report because, yeah, there were no undercover narc cops in that area that day. So, 100% wasn't an actual cop. I suspected as much, but in our society, you're inclined to believe and trust in authority figures. These days, not so much, but disobeying them isn't in our programming usually. It really isn't in mine either. But the whole thing was fishy from the get. Considering, of course, it was my fucking metformin he took, and I had to replace the entire 3-month bottle and go several hours in between doses. Something that puts me at risk for hypoglycemia. I'm of course quite pissed off at this asshole still, but I'll admit I'm also fully aware and freaked out that I was in a whole lot of danger too. It's not common where I live, but human trafficking is a thing, and the fact that this guy wanted me, a lone female who looks like the type to use some kind of illegal substance. Stereotypes suck, but the fact that he wanted me to go with him alone really gets to me. What if my common sense didn't kick in? Or the barista hadn't done something? The people around us sure didn't pull a "what would you do" and come to my rescue. The biggest thing to me right now is that not only has this guy not been caught yet, I haven't had any word from the cops in almost a week, but he has a bottle of my pills out there with my unique first and last name. I hope he doesn't do anything with it. Anybody have any ideas on what to do from here? Update. It's almost been a week, and guess what turned up? No, not the guy, sadly enough, but my pills have been recovered. The bottle was found a few blocks away, still half full. But I can't take my remaining doses though. Apparently, since this guy wanted to abduct me, and yes, the cops are legit calling it an attempted abduction now, he could have tampered with the medication. I know next to nothing aside from what I watched on CSI and Law & Order, but if there's an actual risk of that, the police can have them. The cops are keeping the bottle anyway for evidence, because maybe there's a possibility that his fingerprints are on there. Since this happened, I've been keeping my eyes open in case fake cop comes wandering onto my campus. And yeah, I switched my bus route. I'm taking the long way, which I don't enjoy, but until they catch the creep, that's the way it's gotta be, unfortunately. I'll be sure to update again if they do catch the guy, or if by some bizarre unlucky chance, I encounter him again. This can finally be put to rest. Fake cop was arrested yesterday after being caught following a woman a few streets away from the cafe. The cops called me when they brought him in. Based on my description, the one that I shared with you guys, and him fitting it, they asked if I could come in for a lineup. Sure enough, he was in there. I'm pressing charges for the attempted abduction and a few other things. I mean, the dude did try to aggressively grab me. The other woman was thankfully unharmed, and that's all I know right now. Not his name or motives. It's all I can really say about this anyway because, of course, since I'm pressing charges, this could go to trial. If we're all crime junkies like I am, you know that leaking out information could damage the case. But I digress. The guy's been caught, his bail is set, and I can finally start taking my usual bus route to work again. For now, my creepy encounter is over, and I'm going to take that as a blessing as I do my best to move along with my life. Before I begin this, yes, I made a lot of dumb decisions. Yes, I probably should have called the police, but here goes my story anyway. When I was around 15, I lived alone in a 2-story house. Although there were bedrooms upstairs, I would regularly sleep on the living room couch, and there were 2 reasons for this. 1, it was the central location of the house, so I could hear everything going on. 2, it was equidistant from every exit. One night at around 2 in the morning, I heard somebody jiggling the front doorknob. It was a slow, cautious jiggle, like they were trying to not be heard. When the door didn't open, they didn't stop. The jiggling slowly became less cautious and more irritated. This went on for at least 2 minutes. They then went to the back door, which was also locked, but they pulled the same stunt there too. I didn't want to call the police because I was an unemancipated minor living alone. I didn't want to be placed into foster care, and I didn't want my parents in trouble for neglect. Eventually, the jiggling stopped, but I stayed up that entire night, waiting for whoever that was to try other entrances, but nothing ever happened. Well, a few nights passed, and I awoke to the sound of a door opening upstairs. The doors in my house would really stick, so they took a lot of force to open up. Once you pop them loose, they'd make a loud scrape, pop, shutter noise. At the time, I would take sleeping pills, and this made it hard to fully awaken, and then there were even times where I'd wake up only to have sleep paralysis. On this night, I couldn't determine whether I'd dreamt the sound or whether it had woken me up. I started to fall back asleep and thought I heard that same door close, like the grinding of 2 pieces of wood rubbing together. Then, the sound of bed springs screeching, like there was weight being shifted on them. I thought maybe somebody is homeless, and they thought this was an abandoned house. I was super tired, and I wasn't even really sure I was actually conscious. I fell back asleep, and then woke up to the feeling of somebody watching me. There were stairs that ran parallel to the living room door, and I could see them from the couch. Halfway down the stairwell, I could see a long-haired man crouched over and looking straight at me. It was dark, and I felt like we were both trying to verify what exactly we were seeing. I kept a metal baseball bat by the couch, and I grabbed it. Slowly, the man erected his body, and without turning, backed up the stairs. I listened hard to see if I could hear him leaving, or waiting for him to come back down. But I heard neither. It was like he just stood at the top of the stairs, waiting for me. And this time, I didn't go back to sleep. I sat there speechless, frozen, and I didn't hear a thing, even after sunrise. Once I left for school that morning, I questioned what I'd actually experienced. I had my girlfriend over later that evening, and as we approached the house, she said, "Hey, your upstairs window's open." I looked up at the house, and the window to the room with the sticking door was wide open. I told her what I'd experienced the night before, and she helped me check out the house. But after finding nothing, all I could do was close and lock the window. I figured it must have been a hobo, and once they realized somebody lived there, they left. Because I didn't have anywhere else to go, I still stayed in the house that night, but I didn't take my sleeping pills. I awoke to that same door opening again. This time I knew that it was real. They knew somebody lived here, but they still came back. At this time in my life, I had little value for my life. I had no fear of death because I knew where I'd go. I decided that I wasn't going to hide in my own house. I got my baseball bat, turned on all the lights, and went upstairs. I yelled something like, "Listen, buddy, I'm coming up. You better be out by the time I get there." I heard nothing, and then I prepared for the worst. I checked all the upstairs rooms and closets, but I found nothing, and all the windows were still closed. I checked the downstairs, but only found nothing down there as well. I felt pretty silly after finding nothing, but I still willed myself to stay up that night. I got ready for school the next morning and saw that that window was wide open again. It occurred to me that I hadn't checked under the beds when I'd done the search. To think that an intruder was possibly hiding under the bed as I searched the entire house is pretty spooky, but I'm partially relieved that I hadn't checked. If I'd have bent down and come face to face with some stranger beneath a bed, this story may have ended differently. So, to whoever watched me sleep from the stairs, only to return the next night, and then watch me search my own house, likely from beneath a bed, not cool. Long-time reader, first-time posting. This happened while I was in college, so about a decade ago. I was a transfer student and was 21 at the time. I was set up to be living in a building that was for students 21 or older and moved in a week and a half before classes began. This school was in northern Michigan, so when I first arrived, campus was absolutely dead. I mostly kept to myself, but I was friendly with the few people that were already living in my building. Namely, one guy named Khalil, an exchange student from Lebanon. He seemed nice enough, though there was a distinct language barrier, so things were easily lost in translation. Our resident director made everyone who had moved in have a meeting to go over basic rules and whatnot. At the end of the meeting, as I'm leaving the rec room, Khalil suddenly puts his arm up on the wall in front of me, almost clotheslining me if I'm being honest. Caught off guard, I'm a bit peeved and even creeped at this aggressive move. He begins explaining that he'd like to be my friend, and he'd like to go out for dinner to get to know me. But he had worded it so oddly that I wasn't sure if it was a date or just a friendly invitation. Once again, I attributed this to bad English. But like an imbecile, I felt cornered physically and socially. I'm awful with confrontation and can often be too nice. So I agreed. But he didn't mean days in the future or even later that night. He meant right then and there. And he says, "I will get us a taxi, and we go now." My introverted side was upset that my night of drinking and unpacking in solitude was disrupted, so I wasn't exactly excited. If only I knew listening to that inner introvert would have saved me from an unsettling experience. 10 minutes later, we're getting into this taxi, and as I'm getting in, I feel this sense of dread. I think, I barely know this guy, and the restaurant that we're going to is a couple of miles away, so I'll be stranded out there with this stranger if it gets weird. As we drive, my guard raises higher and higher. Khalil wants to know everything about me, and is throwing questions rapid fire. My age, dating history, physical preferences in men, religion, family, just about everything. I'm thinking, fuck, this is going to be so awkward, and I just wanted the night to be over before we even got to the restaurant. But once there, we both look at the menu for a bit. The waiter comes and takes my order, a salad, small, quick to eat. And then the waiter asks what Khalil wants. He says, "Oh no, I'm not hungry. I just want to watch her eat." What in the actual Why would you ask me to dinner if you weren't hungry? And why do you just want to watch me eat? I was horrified. All my family was in the lower peninsula of Michigan, like 8 hours by car away. I had no friends up here, and the only local numbers I had were of my resident advisor and the resident director. I speed ate my salad, all as Khalil watched me, now talking about himself. He tells me about how he has anger problems, and is looking for a woman to help calm him down, but one that can still be a submissive, traditional wife. I'm trying to hide my own horror and uneasiness as I nod and eat. He continues explaining how he was known for his temper back home, and how his brothers have stopped him from doing awful things. At this point, red flags are blinding my vision. It's officially time to end this. I finish eating and tell him that I'd like to get a taxi back to campus. I intentionally sat in the front of the taxi. I wasn't allowing the possibility of any physical contact. When we get back to school, we get in the building and I say a quick thank you and then haul ass back to my room. Door locked, and I get into my sweats, try to chalk this up to a weird experience, and then I vow to avoid Khalil from then on. Well, at around 1 a.m., I hear a knock on my door. I was watching Netflix and took out my earbuds to make sure that I was hearing right. The knocking continues, and it's not a courteous knock, 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 but a closed fist pounding. I'm petrified, and now I'm making as little noise as possible. I get to the door and look out the peephole, and I see Khalil. My room was at the very end of a long hallway. All rooms around me were empty at this point, with a door outside of my room leading to a parking lot surrounded by woods. Knowing how isolated I was, I slink away from the door, making zero noise. I'm just waiting, hoping for the knocking to stop. About a minute later, it does, but that's when I hear him growl. "I know you're in there. I'll wait." My eyes widened in horror. I felt this mixture of rage and panic, but I decided that confronting him wouldn't be smart. So I quietly watched my Netflix until I drift off to sleep. I have no idea how long he waited out there. The next morning, when I finally emerged from my room, I find a couple of pages taped to my door. Actually, 3 handwritten pages from Khalil, explaining his feelings for me and his intentions of making me his wife. I went straight to my RA and explained everything that happened. She agreed to meet with Khalil herself, to explain to him how inappropriate he was being, and to tell him to leave me alone. But he didn't. Notes just kept coming. He came to my door dozens of times a day, and I became pretty much trapped in my room hiding from this psycho. This lasted for about 8 days. Then classes began, and Khalil just disappeared. I was told that he dropped out and moved back to Lebanon. I found it eerie how he just vanished. Had he come here solely to find a wife? I guess I'll never know, and that's just fine by me. When I was much younger and far less concerned with consequences, I was introduced to a guy through a mutual friend that was well connected. It took me forever to figure out how this guy could stock a veritable roving pharmacy in his vehicle, but at the time, I wasn't so much concerned with the how, just the when. Like, hey man, when can I purchase an irresponsible amount of diverted prescription medications from you? As I got to know him more, I learned more and more about my dealer, and he thoroughly threw off a bad vibe. I would do my absolute best to avoid the post-deal hangout, but the guy was clearly and completely socially clumsy. Eventually, Dealer, who I'll henceforth refer to as D, starts attempting to insert himself into my group of friends more and more. He would call me constantly, text me like an abandoned Tinder date, and generally harass me to hang out. We would be casually drinking beer in the backyard of my house, and he'd happen to be in the neighborhood, just like he'd accidentally take a load off and decide to stick around for hours. Now, I'm not a complete asshole, so it was difficult to sell someone a clue who doesn't have a proverbial nickel to his name. I specifically remember a night when each of us guys were recounting our macho fight stories, and D decided that it was his turn to contribute. It went something like, "Oh, that's nothing. One time I shot a guy in the face with a sawed-off shotgun. I only beat the rat because of some self-defense technicality." We all sort of went slack-jawed at that moment and nodded our heads, mumbling uncomfortably, "Wow, pretty cool." At that point, I think we all just assumed that he was a one-upper and would say whatever to reinforce the tough guy persona that he was so desperate to have us believe. I should have realized then that maybe D wasn't exactly an asset to have on the roster. But, I didn't want to hurt the guy's feelings. Plus, drugs. A few weeks later into the summer, and some of the boys and I decided to tie one on and head downtown to the clubs. Now, I know for a fact that I didn't tell D where we'd be, but somehow this guy materialized right by my side as I was ordering a drink. Even in my own greatly impaired state, I could tell D was in a knee-walking, gutter-sucking blackout. It took me all of 30 seconds of being around him, his slack expression, coupled with those glassy black eyes doing the 1,000-yard stare, to figure out that D wasn't going to be a fun man to be around this night. My thought proved to be true when he began pushing random people on the dance floor, accosting women in front of their respective boyfriends and husbands, all the while fiddling around in his pockets for something. Are you starting to get why D wasn't a pillar of society? Eventually, he was ejected from the club, and as a mission of pure mercy, I went outside to make sure that he at least found a cab home. That's when I discovered what D was looking for in his pockets all night. As I walked outside, I could see several bouncers warily surrounding this portly, whirling dervis of a dipshit as he's brandishing a 6-inch serrated fold-out knife at them. I still have no idea what possessed me to step in and try to corral him, and I still believe that the only reason I wasn't cut to absolute ribbons is because of the Gumby-like flexibility I'm afforded under the influence of alcohol, as well as prescription medications. I was finally able to convince him into a taxi, and I sent him packing. At that point, I made a firm decision to stop doing drugs, and by proxy, stop seeing D. Ever. I blocked his number, and I even refused to go out. It's lucky that I did, because some months later, he found himself once again in a scuffle at that very same bar. Only this time, I wasn't there to rescue him. He stabbed a guy 7 or 8 times, and then he made the dash into an alley in some pitiful attempt at an escape. The police didn't have to do much sleuthing, as there were plenty of bystanders willing to point out his location. D is now in a level 4 prison and isn't eligible for parole for another decade or so. All I have to say about that is good. When I was 10, I got a letter in the mail. That alone was exciting. What 10-year-old doesn't love getting mail? But when I opened it, I was confused. Inside was a drawing that I'd done at school of a flamenco dancer, something that I firmly remembered tossing into the bin because I didn't like how it turned out. On the bottom of the drawing was a single sentence, written in neat handwriting. "You're a talented little girl." I was young, naive, and honestly a bit flattered. I showed it to my mom, who looked more than just a little concerned. She called my teacher to ask about it, but the teacher had no idea what she was talking about. That was the first time I remember my mom being truly unsettled. She brushed it off around me, but years later, she admitted that it scared her. She had no idea who could have taken the drawing from the trash and then tracked it back to me. A few weeks later, I was home alone, something that almost never happened. I noticed the doorknob twisting like someone was trying to get in. The door didn't budge though. Only someone with a key could have opened it. But then a letter was slipped under the door. And that was the part that actually scared me. I didn't touch it. And when my dad got home, he opened it. It was a note saying that someone wanted to gift me a new tennis racket because I was so good at the game. No name, no return address, no signature. Just that. At first, my parents thought it was a late birthday message from a friend or coworker of theirs, but when they asked around, no one owned up to it. Then the letters just kept on coming. One praised me for finishing a book that I had been reading, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, and it talked about how proud they were of me. All the notes were vague, but oddly personal, always encouraging, and always anonymous. There were about 5 in total, delivered over the course of 3 months. On the surface, they were kind, but the way they appeared, even as a 10-year-old, it felt off. Around this time, I got my first cell phone. I played in tennis tournaments, and my parents couldn't always be there, so they gave it to me for safety. And that's when the calls started. Sometimes it was just static, other times heavy breathing, other times a low, slow laugh or a voice saying hi over and over again. I blocked the numbers, but they always came back. Different numbers, but same area code. My parents were alarmed enough to pull me out of the tournaments. They hired a guard to stand outside of our home and started calling me constantly to check in. If I didn't answer, they'd send someone personally to check on me. It was around this time that they noticed a small hatchback circling our house every morning at around 5 a.m. Every single day. It was actually my dad who noticed because he was the one getting ready to leave the house for work each time he'd see the car. I have no idea why he didn't take down the license plate, but that's when they contacted the police. Unfortunately, this was in India, and at the time there were no substantial anti-stalking laws, so nothing came of the report. My brother and I were put on high alert though. A second full-time guard was hired. Cameras were installed, and my dad personally spoke to the neighbors to keep watch. Both my parents worked in government, so they had access to certain resources and leverage. When our landline started receiving the same kinds of calls, more static, more breathing, my dad picked up one day and calmly asked the caller to stop. The man let out a high-pitched screech before hanging up. That was it. My dad decided to end it. He took the letters to a private lab for fingerprint analysis. They found several prints on the paper. My dad, who at the time oversaw police administration in our city, quietly had them run through a system. The prints matched someone we knew. Not a stranger, not a coworker, not a neighbor. They belonged to my aunt's husband. My mother's sister had married this man years earlier in a traditional arranged marriage. He was a diagnosed schizophrenic, a fact I didn't know until after I turned 18. Back then, mental illness in India was still something families whispered about behind closed doors. His symptoms began after the wedding, and though my aunt and uncle had a child together, there was always tension between them. The family felt like they'd been duped by this man's parents, who had failed to mention the history of mental illness. At one point, when his behavior became violent, shouting, unpredictable outbursts, hitting, they even considered abandoning him on the street. That was the norm in some places, however horrifying it sounds now. But my mother, who worked with homeless and mentally ill populations at the time, intervened. She got him treatment, and he was put on medication. Things stabilized a bit, and by the time I was born, he was considered fine. Still, growing up, I always felt a little uneasy around him. He smiled too much, and not in a warm way, more in a distant, unfocused sort of way. It turns out that spaced-out grin was a side effect of his medication. But as a kid, I felt guilty for being creeped out by someone who'd never done anything wrong to me. I told myself I was being unfair, except I wasn't. The year I turned 10, he stopped taking his meds. No one noticed, at least not at first. But that's when the obsession with me began. He had access to family photos. He knew our address. He could ask casual questions without any suspicion. And yes, he followed me. He went through my school trash. He drove by our house at dawn, all while telling his wife that he was at the gym. I only learned all of this recently. What I remember from back then was my parents suddenly becoming extremely strict. I thought that it was annoying. I had no idea what they were protecting me from. My aunt told my parents that earlier that year, she had been in my uncle's office, and she had found photos of me pinned inside his closet, mixed in amongst family pictures of both my brother and cousin, so she didn't find it strange. Just a proud uncle, she thought. Now, here's the thing. I don't believe that he was a predator. I think he was very, very sick and untreated. My father believes that it was his way of expressing twisted pride or affection. And I don't hate him. Neither do my parents. My aunt now ensures that he never goes off his medication. They didn't divorce. He actually just retired from his job this past April. And my cousin, his daughter, has made peace with everything too. I still see him at family gatherings. He still makes lame dad jokes. People laugh, but I think they're kind of just being nice. Apparently, it's not just me that he makes feel uneasy at times. I try to take the mental illness into account, but you can't always help the way that you feel. I tell this story because it's creepy, especially when you get some of the details. It's true that there are monsters out there in this world. Sometimes the monsters can even be in your own family. But sometimes that monster isn't actually a monster, though. Maybe they're just someone who is left medically untreated for far too long.